Jeannie. Hi, it's Jeannie from Loving Hands ASMR. How are you? Oh, I'm so glad to see you, dear one. Hi. Hi. Hmm. How is your day going? Hmm. You gotta fix this so it's a little bit higher so you can see everything. Hi. How are you? Hmm. Hello. Hmm. It's Jeannie from ASMR, from In Loving Hands ASMR. You know what happened? I got everything all set up and I couldn't get my camera to work. So here I am, finally figured it out. I have my little cushion and my book. I thought I would read to you the rest of The Secret Garden today. So happy to see you. Let's see if we can get everything all sorted out. Get everything all cozy. Are you getting all cozy? Hmm? Hmm. I've got to figure out how to get the camera just right so I can see you. And grab my phone so I can see the messages. Hmm. Hmm. How are you? Let's see if we can get this. Not sure how to do it so that I can get the messages. It's going to be a second here. There it is. I got it. Hi, Juanita. How are you? Oh, honey bunny. I'm so glad to see you. I've missed you. I'm going to give you a big hug. I'm so happy you're here. Hi, Juanita. I'm giving you a big hug, too. Somewhere over here, deep in the recesses of the covers, is Peeps. Peeps, can you say hi? Yeah. Oh, Peeps, say hi to Anita. Say hi to Honey Bunny. Peeps is happy you're here. Peeps, what do you think? Should we get the covers all just right? Do you have your covers all just right? Have you ever had one of those days where everything seems to go wrong? Yeah, I think everybody has those days, huh? Well, let's see what to do. I'm not sure what to do right now. We'll just try and see if Peeps can get all cozy. Peeps, do you feel better when you're all cozy? Yeah. Let's get you all cozy, okay? And I'm going to get my phone and sit it right here so I can see all the messages. And you know what? It's been one of those wild and crazy days. How has your day been? Can you tell me in the messages? Oh, look at this. All my really good friends and dear ones are here. Hi, Hero Zach. Mwah. I'm sending you kisses. Oh, oh, look at this. You know what? We're talking about lots of things in the comments. Oh, hmm. It sounds like everybody's working everything out in the comments. Isn't that good? Yeah. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put a message in the comments. You know what it is? A disagreement with a toxic person will turn into an argument that becomes a bigger problem. but a disagreement with a good person will turn into a conversation that leads to a solution. It's important to know the difference. And it looks like we had some conversations that lead to solutions, that led to solutions. Yep, I'm so happy. I'm so happy that we worked everything out. Oh, honey buddy, I'm so happy to see you. I'm so happy to see you, Hero Zach. Juanita, you're getting ready to see your best friend, aren't you? Your very best friend, BFF. I think that's very, uh-oh, maybe that's not right. I thought we were going to get to sing Jeanne Knows an Acronym, but it's not working. Let's see. Somebody tell me what BFF is. Um, and do I say Habib? Habib? Is that how you say love? Habib? Best friend forever. Ugh. Okay, Jeanne knows an acronym. Jeanne knows an acronym. Jeanne knows an acronym. It's kind of silly, but if you ever saw Blue's Clues, you'd understand. They'd say, "We just got a letter. We just got a letter. We just got a letter." I wonder what it is, like that. Except for I didn't really figure it out. I had to have somebody help me, but maybe I'll remember it. Best friends forever. Today, you get to go see your best friend, right? I'm so happy for you. It's going to be wonderful, Juanita. I'm really happy for you. And don't worry if you don't text too much. It's okay. Whatever you do is going to be just right. And I love that dance. Well, see, on Blue's Clues, they go, "We just got a letter." Like when he gets a letter in the mail, he goes, "We just got a letter. We just got a letter." Like that. But for me, I'm like totally inept with technology. So when I figure out one of those texting and acronyms, it's pretty exciting. So how is everybody doing? Oh, I'm so excited. This is so much fun. The messages are working, the computer's working. And Anita says, "My best friend just sent me a message saying she has to go so I can be here texting." Oh, that's okay. You do whatever you need to do. You just do whatever you need to do. We're happy for you that you get to see your very best friend forever in real life. That's really important. Yep. We love you. And we know you love us. And we know that you'll come back and play with us again. Maybe this afternoon or maybe this evening. We're not worried. Mm. Mm. Oh, it's so pretty. All the little hearts that everybody uses. You're very welcome. Also, Juanita, tell us about your channel. I went and followed you at Juanita Stanley, Stanley 53. Is that where your channel is? Is that where you're going to do videos? Juanita is the sweetest person in existence, and I love her so, so much. Zach, are you still mad at me? Nobody's mad at you. Nobody's mad at you. No worries. So everybody tell me what you're doing today. What's your days like? I brought my book to read, The Secret Garden. So I'm really excited about reading it to you. And I have to tell you, it's got an exciting conclusion coming up. Lots of exciting things. It's actually, if you look, we're only halfway through. It's a fun book. Oh, and you know what else? We have a little crisis. It's way over there, but the cord for my charger for my phone, it got frayed around the edges and it died. And so then I have the same kind of charger for my tablet. So it got frayed around the edges, and I don't know why they both happened at the same time. Does anybody have any news about that? Do you know anything about phone cords or chargers fraying? I'm kind of like, what in the world is going on? It's kind of crazy. I'm not sure what happened, but I'm trying not to worry about it. Mm. I think it just, I don't know why it did that. Mm. Let's see if I can get the chat back. Mm. And then Juanita says, I'll give you guys a channel name when I get the new account. Okay, Juanita, that's good. Mm. So my dad said I have to make a new account for that. We need to know, don't do it again. We got worried about you because we care for you. Yeah, we get worried about you, Anita. We have to figure out a way to keep you safe. So what I was wondering is maybe you could talk to your dad and figure out if you want to do something to protect your identity. Like, you know how I don't think you've ever gone to Go to God Daily, but she's this lady that used to be a tarot card reader, and she became a Christian, and now she reads the Bible over um, live stream at night, and she just goes by sister. Like, she doesn't tell anybody her name. She doesn't tell anybody the state she lives in. She doesn't tell anybody her city or her real name. And she does all that to protect herself. And here's the thing, like, I use my real name, right? But I use my real name because I'm a counselor, and my real name is my business. Like it's my how do you explain this? It's like my real name is my brand. Does that make sense? Like, I'm not worried about people hurting me because I work with law enforcement and I'm a serious force to be reckoned with. Do you understand what I mean? But if you're young, or if you're a young woman, sometimes I think it's best if we protect ourselves online. Like, I'm not telling people where I live. I'm not giving people my address. Does that make sense? So we are like concerned for you, for your safety. So maybe what we should do is think of a channel name for you that you could tell us, but it conceals your identity, which might be something you could talk about with your dad and think about and talk about with other people that you trust in the comments. Do you know what I mean? Good idea. She says, I'm going to use a ghost name. That's a good idea. Um, well, thanks, guys. I didn't think about that. Anyone would miss me or care that I was gone, but I was wrong. That may or may not be the voice in the head talking. That's the exact thing he's worried about. Yeah, the thing is sometimes when we're young, sometimes, and I'm not saying you're doing this because I know you're very responsible, but sometimes teenagers or young people or even married women will go, oh, you're overreacting. It's not that big of a deal, okay? But I have a scary story to tell you, all right, that just happened. So a couple of months ago, about a month ago, 2 months ago, I was on the internet and I was trying to study about live stream because I have been watching YouTube since 2017 or even before, but I just watched videos, right? and I didn't know anything about live stream. So here I was doing um, doing the videos. Here I was doing the videos, not really like just when you scroll and you watch shorts, that's all I knew how to do, or a video, or to listen to music. So I didn't even know what a live stream was. And once in a while it would come up and say somebody was doing a live stream, but I'd never been to a live stream. So one day I went to a live stream, and then after the live stream I scrolled and all these live streams came up. And so I was like, wow, it kind of unlocked this whole new world. So I started to think about maybe I should live stream. So what I do is I research something. So like I studied it. Like that's how I came to Chris Nitz's Yarning Over Japan. And that's how I came to Go to God Daily. Those are both live streamers that I just stumbled across in October of 2024, right? So I'm going to try to tell you what I do sometimes without being too inflammatory, but I'm a trauma-informed therapist, so I take care of people who've had trauma. A lot of times it's because they got kidnapped or abused, okay? And you can kind of think about that and know that it's very serious, the kinds of people that I help counsel, okay? So here I was on this live stream, and it ended, and I decided to look at all the other people who were live streaming at the same time. Kind of like if that was the time that I was going to live stream, that would help me know um, like who was out there and what the competition was. Not that I consider them to be competition, but I was trying to go during a time of the evening when there were lots of tarot card readers and astrologers, because I was trying to be a Christian alternative to that, right? Read the Bible and get advice from a counselor instead of going to a fortune teller. Do you know what I mean? So here I was, and I was looking, and I decided, one of my friends decided to do a channel in the mornings on a Saturday. So I went and watched her to be supportive, right? And afterwards, there came into my feed, you know how you have one live stream and then it's over, but if you touch it, it'll go to other live streams. Well, there was this little girl, and she was like 9 years old, and she was showing her face, and she was telling where she lived, what city she lived in, and what school she went to. And men were asking her questions and being inappropriate. And I'm a nurse, and I was so mad. So she was doing makeup tutorial kind of thing, so I kind of made friends with her, and I started talking with her and complimenting her makeup and complimenting her hair, trying to befriend her, right? And I said, it's really not safe for you to be saying what your full name is and what school you go to and how old you are on YouTube, right? And she goes, yeah, my mom doesn't know that I'm being a YouTuber. And I'm thinking, oh my God, if my child were doing that, I would be so worried. So I talked with her, and I talked her into telling her mom what she was doing, and I befriended her, and I talked her into getting rid of that channel and setting up a channel where she can do this video game that she really likes and that she's really good at and not show her face. So I set up a counseling appointment with her and her mom for free and talked with them about the dangers of this, right? So I just get off that. I kid you not. I just get off the YouTube thing, and I have to tell the mom, now erase this whole live stream that we've just done. She went and got her mom, and we basically had a video call, and her mom went to YouTube and erased it, and they started a new channel where they're protecting her identity, right? And so the next week, it's a Saturday, and I go back, and here's two girls, and they're in a sports championship. And I'm not going to say the state or the sports championship, but they were two teenage girls, okay? And they're like 14 and 15. And they're telling their full names. They're giving a tour of they went on a bus to another state to do this championship, and they showed part of the championship being played, and it had a boys team and a girls team. And so while the boys team were playing, they decided to walk around with their camera, how do you say, videotaping or live streaming the school. So now we know they're both 14 and 15. They're minors. They're unaccompanied. They don't have an adult with them. And they're in this school. And they're walking around going into like the, oh, you know, the, how do you say, they left the game that's being supervised, and they're wandering around inside the school building. Like they went to the special ed room and made fun of the special ed things, and they went and like they're wearing really skimpy outfits, like basically sports bras and shorts. Like they're not even wearing tank tops, they're wearing sports bras, okay? And they're being kind of sexy. And the next thing you know, you see a grown man has followed them. He's saying his name, and he's saying, "Oh, I live right by there. Oh, I'm going to meet you there. Oh, I'm going to do this and so to you." And guess what? One of those girls got kidnapped. Now, I'm not going to say that they asked for it. That's not what I'm trying to say, okay? What I'm saying is they were stupid and foolish and naive, and they gave away their location in a public place, and they were wearing scantily clad clothing. And all that predator had to do was Google the school that they were at, and he found the somatics, you know, the, how do you say, the room outline for that school. Do you know you can do that to any public building if you know how? All public buildings have to file compliance for how many people they'll contain, and somewhere the government has blueprints for them. And if you know how to look it up, it's free online. So that's what this predator did. They told him, they told everybody on YouTube that they were YouTubing to what room in the school they were at, what school, what state they were in. They went by the trophy case, and here's their state-shaped championship trophies. And my heart, I was like, you guys, you've got to stop, you know, in the comments, you've got to stop talking about this. You cannot tell people all this information. And so here this girl got kidnapped. So then law enforcement put out an Amber Alert, and they're looking for her. They can't find her. Her poor parents are in another state, totally upset. Okay, the only reason they found her is because we gave that video to law enforcement, and then they went and looked at the street cameras outside the school, and they went and looked at security cameras, and there just happened to be some stores and places that had security cameras, and they just happened to get the man's license plate, you know, but it could have ended really badly. They got her within 24 hours, they found her, but that could have ended really badly. And so what happens is young people sometimes don't understand. They don't have length of days. They don't have years of experience. They're not in law enforcement. And here we are, and Hero Zach, he's a police officer, And I know you, Juanita, would never do that. You're not silly enough. You're not foolish enough to give out your state or your location. But there are hundreds of thousands of young people on YouTube who are doing it and on TikTok who are doing it. And my heart, it's like breaking for these people. Do you know that all you have to do is go outside and show clouds and somebody can find you? If you just go outside, if I just went outside right now, it's a sunny day, but there's clouds, and did a video with clouds, there are people in Fortran that could find you within 4 hours. They play games where they have a flag, they play capture the flag, and computer nerds do it all over the United States. They go and they hide a flag in a public building or on a farm or in a park, and they take a picture of it, and there's clouds up above it, and then the big game is, can you get to NASA or the weather satellites fast enough to see the sky and locate that person? That's really scary, to locate that flag, and they play capture the flag. And there are teams of people, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 to 30 years old, who do this game. I know because my son plays this game. And you can show my son a picture. Doesn't matter what time of day or night it is. It can be trees in the forest and clouds, and he can tell you where on earth it is. And that's how refined our computers are now. So we have to be really, really careful. And when I tell people this, they get defensive and they get angry with me. Okay? I'm going to tell you another story that's very scary. In Seattle, all right, there was a lady on Facebook, and she was posting pictures of her children at a birthday party. And they rented out a very famous swimming pool, and they had a birthday party there. Well, all these little girls, what is the predator? They put it on Facebook, Lifetime. So what do the people on all the predators on Facebook know? They know that there's 30 little girls in bathing suits at this famous location. Okay, this famous location has schematics with it's got a swimming pool, a recreation center, a boys' room, a girls' room, a locker room to change, multiple bathrooms. It's got the floor plan, and it's all online, and it's been well known for 20 years, 30 years, okay? So what happens? The predator shows up at the swimming pool 20 minutes later and takes one of the kids. And the mom, all the parents are there, and they don't even notice that the child's gone because they're trying to watch 30 kids in a swimming pool. My heart is just breaking. This is so common. It's like Facebook and YouTube are shopping networks for predators, you know? So sometimes we get upset. Like, my son didn't want me to be on Discord. He's like, Mom, I don't want you on Discord. You don't know enough technology to keep yourself safe. I'm really careful, okay? But he's like, no, you could trust somebody. They could be pretending to be somebody that they weren't. They could be imitating somebody. You could think you're talking to your friend who has this handle, and somebody else could have changed their handle name to be that friend. My son doesn't want me, I'm 59 years old, to be on Discord for my own personal safety. And I kind of got mad at him, okay? I was kind of like, I'm kind of mad at you because I want you to show me how to be on Discord so I can be in the Discord chat with everybody at Chris Knits, yarning over Japan, you know? And my son's like, nope, it's not worth it. What if somebody comes on there and then they pretend to be someone else? Do you understand what I mean? So I kind of made jokes about it at Chris Knit's Yarning Over Japan, like, yeah, my son won't let me do it, you know? But I trust my son, and I know that he loves me, and I know that he knows my level of technical awareness, right? And he was saying, Mom, it's just too easy for somebody to pretend to be somebody they're not. So then I meet this person in the chat at Chris Knit's live stream, and they say they need help, and they start sending me emails, and then they start sending me obscene pictures via email, you know? So I just blocked them. I took my computer to my son, and my son showed me how to block an email. And then he took their IP address and reported them because it's illegal to show graphic pictures of a sexual nature over the internet, you know? Who knows if they'll ever get in trouble for it. But I felt really creepy and I felt really bad that that person sent me those pictures. But it's part of being on the internet. Like everybody, every grown up woman I know who's ever been on the internet, on YouTube or on online dating or sending emails or sending text on her phone, has gotten creepy pictures. Like literally everybody I know. And it's kind of scary. You know what I mean? The level of disrespect that's out there. Yeah, all of those incidences are true. Yeah. So, um, so I just feel, I don't know, I feel all this emotion. Like, if my child wanted to be on YouTube, I don't know that I would want them to be on YouTube. I don't think I'd want anybody under 18 showing their face unless I was 100% certain that they could protect themselves, you know? And like remember the other day, yes, last time I live streamed where the man was being really, or teenager or whoever it was being really graphic and gross? Right now, I feel so frustrated. I don't know how to block people. I haven't learned that yet, you know? And I need to get a friend who can come here to my house and show me how to do it. Or I need to do a telephone call, like like a video call or a regular telephone call with my computer on and have a friend show me how to block people. I need somebody to show me how to do basic stuff. And I feel really bad that I let everybody get exposed to that guy being yucky. And here I was trying so hard. Like I Googled the steps on how to block someone, and I was following those steps, and I couldn't get my computer to do it. And my friend said, well, sometimes when you know about computers, then there's some things you can do. You know what I mean? Like he said, well, if I was there, I could have helped you, but he can't help me because he's in Chicago. So we're going to have to do a phone call. So I feel so frustrated. I don't know how to say this. Like, Hero Zach, if you're there, you're a police officer, you're a man, you understand, right? You understand my desire to keep people safe, right? I don't want people to be abused. I want to keep people safe. But, like, as a mother, I have this really strong mother bear instinct in me, and I just want to keep you safe, you know? And like my frustration with those two girls at that sporting event, um, I couldn't keep them safe, even though I was being kind to them in the comments and saying, girls, this isn't safe. You shouldn't be telling people your address and your location and your name and your school and your state. and they're like, oh, we're safe because there's thousands of people here. Yeah, they might have been safe if they were at the game, but they left the game and were wandering around the building and broadcasting live time where they were. It was so frustrating. And so, what's happening for me personally is technology has gotten to such a level that if somebody wants to be a predator and get away with it, they can do it. They can do it. I mean, people reroute their IP addresses through servers all the time. My son's like, "Oh, mom, give me your computer and I'll reroute your IP address and make it be in another state." And I'm like, "Well, gosh, don't you think the predators know how to do that?" Yeah. I mean, there's a difference between a creepy guy who's a teenager who's, under the coat of anonymity, being anonymous, feels embrazened and can say a swear word or tell a dirty joke, or, they're doing things that a sixth grade boy would do or an eighth grade boy who wasn't very mature. But it's a totally different thing when it's a grown man who has a car and has money and can travel, or can be a predator and get away with it, you know? And so I can see why parents are so protective. Like, I talk with people now in live streams all the time on YouTube. And a lot of young people will say to me, "I'm so frustrated. My mom and dad won't let me live stream." And I'm like, well, you need to learn some skills. You need to prove to them that you're careful and learn some skills to protect yourself before you live stream. And so I'm really happy, Juanita, that you are very responsible. I mean, you've been an amazing moderator for Chris Nitz, Yarning Over Japan. And I'm pretty sure you're a moderator for a couple other places that I don't know about. And you are very mature for your age, and you're being very, very careful, and you obey your parents, and you listen to what your parents tell you. I mean, I have talked with people, young people on the internet, who've said to me, "Yeah, I've had a live stream. I've been doing live stream for 2 years and my parents don't even know." And I'm like, what? I can't even believe it. And it's not that I'm a big bad Mino and I want to get people in trouble. And I don't ever go behind people's backs like that little girl who was 9. I talked with her and kind of won her over and said, "Honey, you have no idea what it's like. You have no idea what these men are even saying and what they want to do to you. You need to go get your mom and bring her in here and let her know you're on live stream and get her to help you, because you can make a safe channel. You can, I mean, she was like top class video game player, you know? She's got 20,000 followers now playing video games without showing her face. And I got a friend who is a boy who knows about video games to help set up a channel with her and her mom and help them set up a safe channel. You know what I mean? Because I don't know how to do it, but I know enough to know that she was putting herself in danger and she didn't even realize it. And so, do you understand what I'm saying? I just feel protective of you. I don't want anything bad to happen to you. And I feel traumatized. Like, here's this guy being gross in the comments. And then I found out, um, by watching the video and looking at my phone, like I put the video of me on my phone. I guess you'd say I'm watching the live stream right now on my phone to see my messages. And do you know what I found out? there's a delay. Like when I do something, like if I do this with my hands, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, there's like a 20-second delay. So that's enough time. If I could figure out how to look at the messages, I could be deleting those gross messages so that you wouldn't even see them. You know what I mean? And so I feel bad that, like, I don't know how to explain this to you. I'm trying to say to you is, I'm 59 years old. I have a master's degree in clinical psychology. I'm a forensic psychologist. I'm a first responder chaplain. I'm a trauma informed therapist. I'm a nurse, an RN. I'm an articulate woman. I'm very well educated. I read in 4 languages, okay? And what's happening right now in technology, I didn't even know that somebody could come into the stream and say gross things and I couldn't erase it. So it's like I needed somebody to protect me from what I didn't know, because that's my blind spot. You know, when you're driving in a car, when you learn to drive, you learn about blind spots. Some cars have great big metal corners in the car, and so that's your blind spot. You might have a big window, but you can't see what's behind that metal blind spot. So depending on the kind of car you're driving, like when you learn to drive, you learn maybe with your mom or dad's car, or maybe your big brother or big sister's car, or maybe you learn with the traffic safety school's car. But then when you change cars, the blind spot's different. You get used to that one kind of car with that one kind of blind spot. You get used to looking and using your mirrors. But what if you didn't even know you had a blind spot? See, I didn't even know that I had a blind spot. Why? Because it's really simple, but every time I've ever gone to a live stream, somebody else was the moderator. Like, Chris Nitz made me moderator. I don't even know with my phone how to block people. Like sometimes Juanita and I will be moderating, but all I'm doing is saying welcome to people or asking them about their crochet product or project that they're working on, or complimenting the host, right? That's all I'm doing. I can't block people because I don't know how. I can't put somebody in a timeout because I don't know how. No one's ever showed me how. Now, it's embarrassing for me to say that, but I always make sure that Anita or Lydia or Astroplane or somebody else who's a moderator is there with me. Otherwise, I don't moderate because I can't block people. So here I have my own channel, and right now, last night, I just figured out that I have no idea how to block people or put people in timeout. And it's just a really stupid feeling. Like I feel really foolish and really vulnerable, you know? And I know there's a learning curve, right? But me not catching up to that learning curve and learning that had put everybody that was there in the chat exposed to this guy being a creep and being gross. And I feel bad about that because Juanita's a minor and she got to see this guy being really gross and really creepy. Am I making any sense at all? So now I'm going to read the comments. And so I feel bad. So I need to apologize to you all and say, I really blew it. Maybe I shouldn't be having live streams until I can figure this out. I don't know what to do. It's a horrible feeling, really. And if my child were going to a live stream where there wasn't a moderator and the person who was doing the live stream didn't know how to block creeps like that, I would tell my child they couldn't go, you know? I really would. I would not want my child going to that. And so I feel really bad and I don't know what to do. So I'm asking you, you are all my closest friends on YouTube. And I'm asking you, help me. What do we do? You know, seriously. Um, and then Juanita, everybody missed you when you were gone, when your power was out. Everybody missed you. We love you. We were very concerned. And the day you had the fire, I had a horrible, horrible feeling. I was on live stream and I asked 4 different people that knew you to stop and pray for your safety because I had a horrible feeling. And so did Winsome Cat. And so did Aisha. And we stopped and we prayed for your safety. And as far as I'm concerned, the Lord God surrounded and protected you and let that man get caught and let that fire stop. I really believe that God intervened. I really do. And we love you very much. And everybody at Chris Knits was worried about you. Everybody at my live stream was worried about you. We were praying for you every night. You can go back and look at the videos as soon as I figure out how to make them public. Oh gosh. Then Anita says, that's the exact thing that my dad is worried about. And then Hero Zach says, yes, Juanita, please don't show your face or real name or anything personal. I'm going to use a ghost name. I'm thinking of Callistia, Callissa, Callista. It's a nice name. It's a beautiful name. I was going to do lives like Chris and Jeannie, Zach. Hello, Jeannie. Hi, Aisha. Hello, sweetie. God bless you. Thank you. God bless you too, dear one. Oh no, Jeannie, is this a true incident? Yes, all of the incidents I told you were true. I changed some of the locations so you couldn't identify the people, but you can just go Google and see who got kidnapped a few months ago, and that's the story behind it. You know, they put out an Amber Alert and somebody found her right away. But there's lots of people who get kidnapped or get human trafficked who never get found. And Hero Zach can confirm that, you know. And see, I'm on the other end. I'm taking care of people for 30 years that have been kidnapped. I'm taking care of people who have been assaulted. So I'm looking for ways that we can stop that from happening. So that's why I'm talking about this. This is a difficult subject to talk about, but preventive medicine is the best thing. Preventing an assault from happening, preventing a predator from having targets, you know. I'm probably I'm thinking about making videos about how to be safe online. I really am. I'm thinking about making videos talking about live streaming and talking about basic personal safety. Like there was a live streamer, I kid you not, and you know how you go to click on their profile if they're live streaming, and then you can click to find their channel description? There was a live streamer who was a minor who listed her home address. And I wrote a letter to her parents, and I wrote a letter to her, and I just said, you know what? You need to go get a P.O. box, and you need to take this information off the internet. All it takes is one person doing a screenshot, and that's forever on the internet. You know, I mean, that's craziness that somebody would put their home address on their channel description. Oh yeah, send me letters. And you know, I don't know what they're called, but you know how people have, like, they're these squishy things that people collect, like they're Japanese toys with faces on them, like little breads and little hearts and little animals and stuff. You know, that kind of toy. There's a name for it. Um, but it was like an anime kind of a channel, and she put her home address. And I was just like, I couldn't believe it, you know? And then I find out she's like 12 years old and her parents don't even know she has a channel, you know? And you can report these people to YouTube, right? But do you really want to ruin somebody's dream of having a YouTube channel? I mean, I don't know. It's kind of like you have to always, each individual case, do you report it or do you write them a letter? What do you do? I don't know. I wrote them a letter. This was a couple years ago when I saw that. You know, it made me so sad that she would expose herself and her whole family like that and be naive and not even know it. And then her parents didn't even know she had a YouTube channel. And it's just really sad, you know? Um, and then she says, I would never tell where I live or the city I'm in. I know, darling, you are very wise and very smart. Internet is not at all a safe place to share our personal stuff. That's right. I have to go in 20 minutes. I'm sorry. Um, I know you're not foolish enough to do that. Um, I just feel like internet isn't safe at all. People can know where you are from just showing the ground because countries have different roads. I know. And I feel bad, like, I feel really guilty and really bad that Juanita had to see those messages from that guy. And like, I didn't even know what was going on. I was blissfully reading A Secret Garden. And then I looked at the messages and then I was like, oh my God. And it was already all out there for everybody to see. And then, can you imagine my frustration trying to hit the screen and make it disappear? And I Googled it on my phone and I'm doing all the steps and it's not working. So, I don't know. I think I feel so bad. Um, I just love you so much, and I don't want anything bad to happen to you. That's what it is. And I feel bad that I even talked about all this stuff. It's like creepy, and it ruins the mood. And that's not what I was trying to do. I'm excited for you that you're going to have a channel, and I want to support you in that. I just want you to make sure that you do it with your dad and you're totally safe. Like, if you're going to let people communicate with you, get a P.O. box in a way different place, nowhere near your home, you know? And you have to be really careful, um, like, not to give out any information, you know? Um, yeah, that person, she says, thank you so much, Jeannie. I will be safe, I promise. And if anyone comes in and is being gross, I will be sure to block them. I know you will, darling. And that person told me to F off when I told him to stop. Yeah, I think that we need some men that are moderators. I know one of my favorite YouTubers is Go to God Daily. She's changed her channel now, and it's much more Catholic than it was when she began. When she began, it was, when I first started going there, it was just Bible reading, and I'm not comfortable with the Catholic content. So I just want to tell anybody that up front. But in the beginning, it was just Bible reading when I went to her channel. But she has never had a moderator, and The only people she ever blocks are people who are being racist, like if they're making racial slur comments, or if they're comments of a sexual nature, and she just does it herself. Um, Back in the day when we used to have 200 or 2,000 people in the comments, the men who were in the comments would take care of the trolls, you know? But now she's only getting 8 or 9 people because she's not showing her face anymore. Um, oh, I don't think you were swearing. She says, I apologize for swearing. I don't think you were swearing. And then Aisha says, Jeannie, it's okay. We are all learning. And then she says, Jeannie, don't be sad. It's not your fault. You are new to technology stuff, and this is okay. We are here with you. Yes, we can pray for you that time for your safety. Really, thank you so very much. I have to go. Sorry, I need to catch the bus. I love you. No worries. Have a good day. And then she says, do it, Jeannie. And I probably will be late to Chris's live stream. Thank you for telling us, Juanita. I don't know what do it, Jeannie means, honey, but you can tell me later. Bye. Happy journey. Stay safe. Aisha, are you still here? And am I saying your name right? I feel like crying because I don't want to spoil. Is Hero Zach still here? I don't want to spoil Juanita's channel. That wasn't, or, you know, when somebody's really excited, in America, they have this saying called raining on your parade. Like, I've wanted to have a YouTube channel since, I'm going to cry. I've wanted to have a YouTube channel since 2017, but I was always too afraid because I was really shy, you know? And then I took a class, and it's like, you know how if you really want to do something, but you're too afraid, you can come up with 25 things you have to do before you can do it? It was like that. Like, first I thought I had to take a class. Then I took another class. Then I helped 4 people build up big channels. Then I helped 4 more people build up big channels. And it's like, every year my son that really loves me, that really supports me, always says, how come you haven't started your channel yet, Mom? You'd be perfect. It'll be good. You can do it. And he's in law enforcement. He's a police officer, and he understands that I don't know that much about technology. And he still says, oh, Mom, you're going to be so good. You can do this, you know? And I don't want to like I have a friend who really means well and they love me, but every time I'm going to do something new, now I don't tell them anymore. Like, I was going to write a book 20 years ago, right? And it was a really good idea for a book. And I started writing the book. And my friend heard about it and she goes, oh, you can't do that. You don't know how. You don't know enough. You're not an author. You're not published. You can't do that book. You won't make it. And I was like more timid then, and I was a people pleaser, and I really, really wanted to be friends with her. And so I listened to all those messages that she was giving me. And it was like she's this wet blanket who's always raining on my parade, you know? And so I told another friend one day we were going to go out to lunch, me and the wet blanket friend and another friend. And I don't go out to lunch that much. And it was really special. And this is like 10 years ago. And because I had little kids, I was always at home with my little kids. And so we went out to lunch together. And my other friend started saying a really exciting project that she wanted to do. And she was so excited about it. She was going to start a business. And she had already been doing this thing, this craft. She was a quilter. And she'd already been quilting on a small scale, but she figured out a way to make it on a bigger scale and make money doing it. And all it was is she was going to start an Etsy site and sell her quilts on Etsy. And our friend who's the wet blanket, I go, we're there, and our friend tells us about this Etsy site, and I go, that is such a good idea. You would be perfect for that because most people have problems quilting, but she's at a way professional level. Most people have problems pricing, but Etsy already has so many examples of people who are charging really high prices for quilts. Most people would have trouble designing a website, but she's already doing the website. I mean, Etsy's already got the website down, so you don't have to design your own website. Do you know what I'm saying? But our friend who's the wet blanket started in, oh, it won't work. Etsy's going to charge you a percentage and it won't be worth it. And nobody wants to pay $1,000 for a quilt. And you're not that good. And she came up with like 75 reasons why it wouldn't work. Okay, I'm not kidding you. Like all these reasons why. And afterwards, when we went home, I called up my friend and I said, you know, she's an accountant, right? She's always looking for why it doesn't work. Her job as an accountant, as a CPA, is to tell her clients all the things that can go wrong. And we sat there and talked about it. We love her, but she's always saying all the things that can go wrong. And that helps people in business because then they can change and adapt, right? But there's a kind of creative person that doesn't help. Am I making am I making sense, Aisha? Do you understand what I'm saying? And I feel like um, I don't want to be the person that comes up with 75 reasons why it won't work. You know, I want to be that friend that says, let's take a calculated risk, right? Because having a quilting business on Etsy in those days was a calculated risk. Her quilts were professional. Her quilts were well made. She could study and figure out pricing and figure out how long it took her to make the quilt and figure out how much it would cost to send it in the mail and how she could do that safely and insure it and put that into the price. Am I making sense? Do you see what I mean? Do you understand what I'm saying? I just, hi. We were kind of working something out in the comments. So it's not that I want to say, I don't want to be the person who says you'll never make it and it won't work out, you know? And like me, when I was younger, I was sensitive and so I was really creative. So I just stopped. I just stopped. I just went, oh, well, if my friend who's really smart, who's an accountant, Aisha, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, I was young and naive, and I would say, if my friend who was an accountant says that I can't do this, then I must not be able to do this because she has a degree and she knows accounting and she's smarter than I am about business. And then I just gave up, right? And then one day I went home, years later, 3, 4 years ago, I went home and I just said, I'm a hospice nurse, and one of my clients died. And so usually between clients, I try to take a little break. So I went home and I loved this client. I knew her for 20 years, 15 years, 20 years, I'm not sure, but for a long time I knew her. And then I took care of her at end of life for 3 years. So when she died, it really hurt me. And so I went home and I grieved and I was so sad. And a lot of people say, oh, if you're a professional, it shouldn't bother you. Well, I look at it like if I'm a hospice nurse and having people die doesn't bother me, then I need to go into a different job because I'm a sensitive, caring person. And when a human dies, it bothers me, you know? And I know it's part of life, right? But I went home and I thought, you know what? It was during the pandemic, and I was like, hey, I have some money saved. I'm going to write a book. And I didn't tell anybody. I just stayed home and wrote a book. And people, if I told anybody, they would have said, oh, you can't do that, you know? And people always have all these ideas. Um, they have all these ideas and telling you this is the way to do it. Like you can go take a class on writing, and the professor that teaches writing will tell you all the ways to write a book, but he's never written a book, right? And I've read thousands of books. Like all I do, like some people watch television. I don't watch television, I read. So I've read so many books my whole life, you know? And so a lot of times the way you learn to write is by reading, right? So I just said, I'm not going to tell anybody. I'm just going to start writing this book. So I wrote this book, and um, there was a lady who wanted a book written, and she was I can't tell you what she does for a living, but it was a professional book. So she has a profession, and she has all these ideas in her profession, and she wanted a book written. And so she made an ad in the newspaper, and I saw the ad, and so I wrote her. She wanted people to write an essay. And so I wrote her an essay, and she read my essay, and she goes, I think I'd like to interview you. So she asked me all these questions, and we talked. It was during the pandemic, and she needs this book written. And so I wrote a book. And so I went and talked with this place. They do what's called ghost writing, where somebody, you contract with them, and they find you somebody who wants a book written, and then you write the book, okay? So I did that. And then you sign your rights over. You can't say you wrote it. You have to let her have her name on it, but they pay you a set amount of money. Well, for me at the time, it was worth it because I had just left an abusive relationship, an abusive marriage, and I had zero money, and I needed to be able to pay my rent. So for me, it was worth it because I got to write a book. I got to see the book published. I got the lady that I wrote it for was thrilled. Her company was thrilled. And the whole agency that does ghostwriters, they were thrilled. And then they kept asking me to write books for them. So I wrote a couple books for them, okay? So then I didn't tell anybody because I don't know why I didn't tell anybody. I told a couple of people that were close to me, but the first person that I told that was close to me is like, oh, you shouldn't do that. That was really stupid. You got ripped off. Well, it's easy for them to say that. They had a husband who loved them, who was paying all their bills for them. And I was single and I didn't have a job, and it was during the pandemic. So I'm really proud of myself that I figured out that I can write a book. And I wrote a book. And not only that, but do you know how hard it is to ghostwrite? That lady, I love her, okay? But she was driving me crazy. Every time I would give them the book and it's been edited, she'd say, oh, I don't like this. Oh, I don't like that. Oh, I don't like this. Oh, I don't like that. So you don't just go through one edit or two edits or three edits. When you do a professional book, you go like 3 edits, right? We did like 15 edits. It got to the B where she was like picking apart all these things. And finally, I went to the company, and the lady that was the professional editor, she had been an editor for really big publishers for years and years and years before she started her own company. She said, Jeannie, this lady, it's never going to be good enough for her. She said, I'm paying you the money. You did a great job. If she wants to pick the book apart and continue, that's fine. As far as we're concerned, you delivered an excellent product. It's kind of like when you see really rich people who never spend any time with their children and they hire a nanny and you're the nanny and you bond with their kid and you take really good care of their kid, and then the baby doesn't know its own mother and the baby starts calling you mother, and then the mother hears the baby call you mother and she gets angry and then she starts attacking the nanny. I've had so many clients. I used to be a nanny when I was going to college, and I've had so many clients that have had that happen. I know so many people. I know so many people who've had that happen, and I felt like that. I felt like she's jealous because I'm writing the book that she can't write, and I mean, that's what was going on. And so I told that to the editor, and the editor said, that's exactly what's going on. Here's your next assignment. If you want this assignment, you can look through 25 different people that I have that want a book written, and you've got your choice. You can write on any of these subjects, whatever of these subjects you want. Anytime you want a book, anytime you want to make X amount of money, you just come and write a book for us. We're happy with you. We're proud of you. And we think you're a good author. But what I wanted to do, Aisha, what I wanted to do, dear one, is I wanted to write my own book. I wanted to get credit. I wanted my name on my book. And so I told her thank you, and I can always go back and write for them. And this is going to sound selfish, but maybe not selfish, but to some people it could sound selfish. But my mother is 82 years old. And I had to sign a contract saying that I wouldn't tell anybody that I wrote that book. It's called a non-disclosure agreement. And so if you came to my house for dinner, you could look on my bookshelf, and the one I've got 25 copies of, you could put two and two together and figure out that I wrote that book. But I can't say I wrote that book. Does that make sense? And my mother's 82 years old. And I would really like for her to be able to hold in her hand a book that says by Jeanne Standley-Kinata. I would really like that. I would really like for her to hold a book in her hand and be able to run around her neighborhood and show all of her friends and brag about it and say, this is my daughter. My daughter wrote this book. I would really like that. And if that's selfish, if that's self-centered, so be it. That would just, I want to make my mama proud, okay? My mama doesn't have much longer here on earth, and I want her to be proud of me. I know my dad who died in 2006, he's in heaven. And in the Bible it says we have so great a cloud of witnesses, and it means that all the people that die are up there and they can look down and see us. And I know he's proud of me, okay? I know my mom is proud of me. I know if I put my manuscript in the drawer and never published it, my mom would be proud of me. But for my own heart, it's like everybody has a bucket list of things they want to do in their lifetime. And I would just really like for my mother, before she passes across the veil into eternity, to have held my book with my name on it. Does that make sense? Now I'm going to read what you say. Jeannie's like, blah, 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 blah. Going a mile a minute. My dear one said she had to go, and she's going to be late to Chris's live stream. And Aisha says, yes, Jeannie, I'm here. You just want her safety. Yes, that's all it is. I want her to be safe. I don't want to rain on her parade. And I was just worried that maybe she hadn't, because all these other kids I know are like sneaking back behind their parents' back and doing these things that aren't safe. I know Anita wouldn't do that. I know she's very mature and she's very obedient to her parents and she's a good person. But I just want her to work with her dad and make a safe channel. Jeannie, we've seen how life works and you have so much experience. You're a pure soul. And then Aisha says, yes, Jeannie, it's happened with me. When I was thinking of doing engineering, some of my relatives say, engineering is for boys. How can you do this? That's exactly it. Okay? And see, I work with law enforcement. I work with mostly men. Okay? And I kind of made a transition in my job where I was working with all women and all girls. And that's really important, but nothing was changing. And I wanted to leave a legacy. As I've gotten over all these years, I've worked with women. I've worked with boys and men too as clients. Men get abused too. But what I'm trying to say is colleagues who are my equals, they were all these women. And the men were always the head of the agency. The men were always the boss or the president or the director of the ministry. And I'm sorry, but there were things and concepts that the men weren't getting. And so when I started working with law enforcement, the majority of people who work in law enforcement are men. And I realized that victims were being reoffended, they were being reabused by the system. And I realized that I had to figure out a way to get to the provider, protector, daddy heart inside those law enforcement officers. I had to figure out a way to communicate to them. And it was going to have to be through seminars, teaching them just from basic ground level how to treat victims of abuse. When they go to a scene where somebody's been kidnapped or where somebody's been assaulted or where somebody's been robbed or violated, how to help keep those people safe, how to help those people feel safe inside, things that women know instinctively. I'm teaching men in these seminars. And of course, I disguise it. That's my main reason for working with them. But I disguise it with all this other information that they want, right? But the root core is I know what it's like to be a victim, and I know what it feels like to feel like you're out of control and nobody cares and nobody's protecting you. And there's things that people who are in law enforcement, there's ways they think and there's things they do that they're very well meaning and they don't realize it's really scary. It's really scary, like coming at victims with guns drawn. If they go to a site where there's kidnapping victims, they need to get the victims out, and sometimes they go in with guns drawn. Well, that's super traumatic for the victim, you know? And what if there was a way they could just drug the perpetrator? What if they could just put, a substance in their Coke or in their fast food restaurant order or something? What if there were other ways to do this where we're not re-traumatizing victims? And there's a whole legal thing around that, I know. But I'm just trying to say that it's so frustrating. It's so frustrating sometimes dealing with people when they think they know more than you do. And in reality, you know more than they do. Okay, so maybe I don't understand technology, but I know people. You know what I mean? So I'm going to see what else she says. Jeannie, you've seen how life works and you have so much experience. You're a pure soul. I also love reading. Reading is therapy. It is. Woohoo. Jeannie, you achieved your goal of writing books. It's so amazing. I know I've written 6 books in 3 years. I average 2 books a year. First step is always difficult step. Once you go through it, all paths is yours. I know you enjoy the whole journey from not knowing anything to publish your books. Yeah. Feeling of having your name on books as an author is just, we can't say in words. Jeannie, we are also proud of you. Thank you. Do you know what I mean though? It was like, I had this sense of urgency that I want to finish my books and get them published before my mom dies. That's a terrible way to say it. But see, my mom had a stroke 2 years ago. So that's why I started thinking that way, because when she had her stroke, she couldn't talk and she couldn't walk. And praise the Lord, thank God, she went to stroke, she went to a hospital, and then she had rehab there, and then they put her in a stroke rehab place. And so for almost 3 months, she had rehabilitation, like physical therapy, 3, 4 times a day. And so she got rehabbed really quickly. So now she can walk and now she can talk. But can you imagine my sense of urgency when she was in rehab, not being able to talk? And I was feeling like, I want to just get this book done before my mama dies so she can see it. Now, yes, I know she could be in heaven, look down on me and be proud of me. But it's not a logical feeling. It's more of the little kid inside of me feels that way, if that makes any sense. And she says parents sometimes don't show how much they love us, but when they saw our achievements, they just can't stop to show whole world how proud they are. And then Winsome Cat, hi. Hi, Winsome Cat. I'm reading this comments really quick. I just got to your comment with the hearts. I just have to tell you, it's so pretty. Do you know what Winsome Cat does? When she says my name, she puts hearts, and she always has pale pink and fuchsia. So pretty. Um, hey, I missed you, sweetie. Missed you all. Hugs. How's your exam? And then Winsome Cat says, Jeannie, I have a question. Is it okay to ask? Of course. Um, And then I have a question for you, Winsome Cat. What is your exam for? If you want to say and then erase it in the comments, that's okay. But I never knew what it was for. And then you said it was 10 hours. And I was like, oh, it's probably a professional exam. And then I didn't know what it was for. Um, but anyway, Aisha, thank you for listening to all that. I just feel overwhelmed and like emotionally want to just take care of Winita. Um, um, how to deal with overthinking. Oh, we will talk about overthinking. Can we finish one thread? Winsome Cat, can I tell you something that happened? I had problems with my camera, so usually like I've been trying to live stream at different times. I was trying to find like that sweet spot, like when would be my sweet spot so I could do it at the same time every night, right? And then like not this last night, but the night before, I went at 12:44. I'm like trying different times, right? And I went from like 12:44 till 11:30 in the morning. And I don't know what time to live stream. I'm gonna ask if you would pray with me and help me figure out a time. Like think about that. That was one thing. But what happened was last night, uh, the when I did the 12:45 live stream, 12:45 at night until 11:30, I was reading the Psalms, and then I did some singing, and some people came on that, excuse me, I've got the burps a little bit. Some people came on that needed prayers, and I prayed with them, and then somebody wanted to know about public speaking, and I talked with him about public speaking. But it was, my point is, I was on at a different time than I have been lately, because lately I've been getting on at like 2:30 or 3:30 in the morning. So at the 12:45 time, there were all these people who were new that I didn't know that came on, okay? And I decided I was going to read The Secret Garden, so I was reading The Secret Garden. And so here I am reading The Secret Garden, and you know how when you're reading, you get into the doing the voices and everything. And then in the comments, Anita, you know how sometimes Anita will like tell a story, like she goes to this place and she chases somebody, and you know, those kind of stories that everybody does, the siblings do. They were kind of doing that story. So I was trying not to look at the comments while I was reading because I was trying to do all the video, I mean, all the voices. So I'm kind of like at the end of each chapter looking at the comments, and then I would check in and say, how is everybody doing? Do you want me to read another chapter, or are you done? You know what I mean? Like, I was happy reading, but I didn't want anybody to miss the book. And if they had to quit, then we would quit, right? And everybody was kind of voting, saying, oh yeah, I'm reading. So Winsome Cat, this man came into the chat and did a despicable thing. It was like 5 messages, and he was masturbating in the chat, telling graphic details. And now I did not realize that there's a time delay between the my when I see what I like right now. I'm talking to you, I have my cell phone and I'm reading the comments in my cell phone, but there's like a 20-second time delay from what I see on my tablet to what I see on my phone. Okay, so sometimes my tablet will show the comments, but then they disappear. And I don't know why that is. Okay? I don't know what's happening with it. It's like if it bumps or moves, it's sitting in front of me on, this is embarrassing, but I have a tablet. It has a keyboard. It's on its side, and it's sitting in front of me with two with a book and a box. Okay, so I'm kind of adjusting it by sitting here and looking where I'm at in the screen. Does that make sense? So, you know, I'm really new to technology. Okay, like literally, I just learned how to do emails on my phone a few months ago. So it's sort of like I learn a new technology, but I have to write the steps down. Like to learn to live stream, I had to get a piece of paper, and I have one of these little cards that have all of the steps down. And every time I do it, I have to do all the steps until I learn it, right? So, what I'm trying to say, this is embarrassing. You know how when you're driving in a car, there's a blind spot? And if you use your friend's car, you have to be careful because her blind spot's in a different place. Well, I'm a smart woman. I'm articulate. I'm intelligent. I have many degrees. I speak a couple languages. I can read a couple languages. But you don't know what you don't know, right? So here I was on live stream, and I'm reading the book, and I'm at the chapter, and I'm at the place where, okay, it's time for Jeannie to be at the end of the chapter and get some water. And I go to get some water, and I look at my comments like I'm going to get the water and then ask people if they want to vote whether we read another chapter, right? And here I read these gross comments from this man. And I say in my head instantly, oh my God, I don't know how to erase comments in the chat. And it occurred to me right then, how many videos have I done? Well, I've done like 15 live streams, but I've got my friend who's in Chicago that we're going to have a phone call with, and he's going to tell me how to work through how to make them public. But anyway, I've done all these live streams, and just then last night did it occur to me that this guy, I don't know how to block him. And so I grab my phone and I try to Google how to block somebody. And then I start doing this these steps. And then, thank God, Hero Zach was there, and he starts telling me the steps, and they're the same as um, Google said, right? And so he's telling me the steps, and I'm doing them, and they're not working on my tablet. Like, you're supposed to click on the person's profile. Well, for some reason, like right now, I'm sitting like this, and the messages aren't on my tablet. But if I move forward, they're on my tablet. And I move back, they're not on my tablet. They're reappearing and appearing. And then I tell that to Hero Zach, and he says, touch it and then touch it. So I did that. It didn't work. So I did like 15 different ways to try to get this to work, and it didn't work. And that was when I realized every time I'm ever at a live stream, it's, I could list out, pretend I'm listing out the names of the 5 live streams. Well, when I'm at Chris Knit's Yarning Over Japan, just as an example, Juanita is the moderator. Chris made me a moderator. I don't know how to erase any messages. I don't know how to put anybody in a timeout. I don't know how to do anything. All I do is welcome people and say hi and ask them questions about their crochet projects and tell them we're glad they're there. And if somebody's fighting, I offer advice to stop the fight. You know, I mean, there's things I'm good at that I can do, but I don't know any technical. I'm using my psychology, my people skills, but I'm not a benefit. I can't erase comments or put people in timeout. Juanita's the one that's doing that, right? So then when I go to God Daily, there's no moderator. It's the person who does the stream that just touches her screen, and she doesn't touch the screen for anything. Like just recently did she start erasing people that did racial slurs or sexual inappropriate comments. And for a long time, she just leaves them, you know? I don't know if that's because she didn't know how or what. I don't know why, and I'm not judging. So I feel like, I feel like, um, hi, Sahalan Preet. We're kind of working out a problem here, and so, but we're glad you're here. Um, um, we should talk about overthinking. But what I was going to say was, do you understand anything that I'm saying? Um, so Winsome Cat, do you understand, like, what I'm trying to say? I'm trying not to cry, okay? This person did that. I didn't even know it. And Juanita's there, and she's a minor. And I feel so bad. Like, I feel stupid because it's like when you're driving and you don't see the blind spot. And in America, they say, you don't know what you don't know. Like, it never occurred to me. Like, I don't have a moderator, okay? I don't have a moderator because I don't know how to make a moderator, okay? I feel stupid telling you this. I have no idea what I'm doing. I can barely get the live stream going, and then I just talk, and then we stop. Okay? I'm learning as I go, is what I'm trying to say. So, can you understand? I have like survivor's guilt from being exposed to that guy. I have really bad feeling for Juanita seeing that. She's a minor. And then in horror, I realized when it was happening, oh my gosh, I don't have a moderator. Oh my gosh, I don't know how to um, empower somebody to be a moderator. And Hero Zach was so patient. He was saying, do this, then do this, then do this. And I was going through those motions, doing it. just like he said, and it was the same thing that Google said, and I couldn't get it to work. So finally, um, I told the person to stop, and Juanita told them to stop, and they told her to F off. And oh, I was so mad. And it wasn't a mad like you're raging. It was just like a quiet inner knowing, like you're the mama bear. And you, I felt like I wasn't protecting Juanita because she was the youngest person in the stream. I felt like I wasn't protecting Rochi. She's the other youngest person in this stream. I felt like I wasn't protecting the other women there. Does that make sense? And then I just felt really like foolish and inadequate. And then I like was having to deal with, I don't even know what I don't know. Does that make any sense at all? Like, I didn't know that it didn't occur to me. All the other live streams I'm on, there's a moderator that knows how to get rid of the person or put them on a timeout. Like, you know how sometimes Crystal put people on a timeout? Um, I go to one, not very often, but I go to this one stream, and the girl, as soon as anybody says anything inappropriate, they just touch the screen and the person's gone. And I was at a Christian stream with a man, and it was all men, and I was just going there to see how they handle things, like how different people handle situations. And this is a while back, so this is from my memory. And he's a grown-up man, like 60 years old, right? And he had like almost all men in his stream. And some guy came and asked him a question that was off topic. It wasn't even rude. It wasn't even a mean question. And he just went, "Oh, I'm sorry, but this is what our topic is today." And I was kind of like, wow, you're like, so there's like a range of live streamers, people who don't erase anything, and people who will even get rid of you if you ask a question in a Christian live stream that they don't want asked, And as far as I was concerned, it was a good question. It just wasn't on whatever he was speaking about. Does that make sense? So now I'm going to read what you say in the comments. I feel so bad. So then the other thing that just happened was Juanita was all excited and was telling us she's going to start live streaming. And my gut, my mommy's heart, my mother bear in me was like, please, first you have to know how to protect yourself. And first you have to talk to your dad and make sure your parents are going to allow this, and make sure that you conceal your identity, conceal your name. Does that make sense? So that's what we've been talking about for all this time. And poor Aisha, she's been so patient, because after Juanita left, I kind of had a meltdown. I felt like I was going to cry, because it just like hit me that I let Juanita be exposed to all that. And I didn't even know, like, it didn't even occur to me that I didn't know how to do that. Like, I thought all you did was touch on the person's name and it would come up. But when I was doing what they said and touching on it, it wouldn't block them. It wouldn't disappear them. And I don't know what I did. So now I'm going to read your comments. And then she says she had her test yesterday, that she did well. That's good. How to deal with overthinking. I'm sorry. That's a good question. Do you know why I'm laughing? Because I just spent the last however long I've been on stream overthinking something. Oh, God, help us. Praying that you get the best results. Hello, where are you from? Hello. It was Cambridge English Certificate exam. Oh my goodness. Wow. That's amazing. That's amazing. 10-hour exam. C1 proficiency, Cambridge English Certificate exam. It's for a paper that employers accept to prove that you know the language. Wow, that's really amazing. Um, um, oh wow. Kazakhstan? You're from Kazakhstan. Um, he wants us to speak different English. Oh my, Jeannie, I'm so sorry. I will protect you from such people. That's horrible. That is terrible. Weirdos, weirdos. Yeah, and um, she says, I feel you, Jeannie. Sorry that happened. Hugs, hugs. I'm at 1%. I don't have a charger. I'll be right back. Hey, Jeannie did an acronym. Jeannie did an acronym. Jeannie knows an acronym. BRB means be right back. This is Peeps. Peeps says, please like and subscribe. We're doing a stream all about overthinking. Yep, here we are. Jeannie did try with mobile. Maybe it's not working on the tablet. Also, is overthinking BCZLO, laugh out loud? Jeannie is also overthinking because laugh out loud. Jeannie got another acronym. Jeannie got another acronym. I'm a goofball. Oh gosh. Yeah. Okay, I'm saved 1%, but got a charger. You know what? That happens to me too. You know those, my charger's over there, but you know the cords, the end of it, there's like a little plug, and then the cord goes down. On the same day last week, my cord charger frayed. And then I tried to use I found one at Walmart. Walmart a lot of times has mail order stuff, and if you buy so much stuff, it's free shipping. So a lot of times my big tip for shopping is it's cheaper than Amazon. My son doesn't agree with me, but you don't have to pay a fee to shop at Walmart. And if you buy like 4 things or 3 things, depending on the price, if you spend $35, you get free shipping. Okay? So if I go to my local store here and buy 1 charger, it's like $10. But I could get 3 for $7 at Walmart. So I was going to order these, right? And then I try to use my debit card and they won't accept it and they say it's expired. So yesterday I went to my bank and show them my debit card and they say there's nothing wrong with my debit card and it's not expired. And they're like, are you sure you were on the correct Walmart site? And I pulled up my phone and showed her and she goes, yeah. And so apparently Walmart has this new thing that they want people to give them their bank account information. And I'm like, I'm using my debit card. It comes straight out of my bank account. I'm not going to give you my bank account information. You know what I mean? Anyway, so I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm probably going to just try to order again. But so what I'm trying to say is I know all about what it's like to have your phone be at 1% because when this was all going on, my tablet went down to 5%. So I put it over here and I'm like turning around and my little cord that I have to charge with is this long. So I'm like all scrunched over trying to do a live stream. It was just not a good night, okay? Everything that could go wrong went wrong. Then I tried to live stream and I found out that my battery was not charged because that broken charger cord wasn't straight. So I go get my son and he says, you have to make the charger cord straight until you get a new one. So then I had to charge my battery for 5 hours. I'm like, yeah, well, what else is going to go wrong? So here we are. It's so complicated. It is. And that guy, uh, um, and it's probably, it could have just been some stupid teenager. It could have been some 8th grade boy. It could have been a grown man. It doesn't matter. It was disgusting. And I was like, I felt bad because I exposed like 3 minors to that by not being able to hit the messages. And now my dear one says, maybe if it'll work if you try on not on the tablet but on your phone. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, she's at 1%. Oh, she said hi to Peeps. Peeps loves you, and he's gonna say hi. Hello. So let's talk about, I'm going to read the rest of your messages and then we'll talk about overthinking. Jeannie found out an acronym. Jeannie found out an acronym. Isn't that the silliest thing? It's like I'm learning a new language. Like last night, I figured one out and it was TYSVM. Thank you so very much. I figured it out all on my own. Nobody told me. I was like, when you're learning a new language and your mind starts kicking in and you figure it out, it was like that. And I was like, oh, wow, I'm learning text language. It's embarrassing, but it felt good. 2 in a row, I know. I understand, Jeannie, and I wish I was there to protect Jay as well. I feel so bad. I know. And it's like, okay, on one hand, yes, I want her to be a moderator, but on the other hand, I don't want her to be exposed to creepy men on the internet. Like, I have a really good friend who would be a perfect moderator, and he's a guy. And, but I'm not doing my videos at the right time for him to be the moderator, right? And I don't know, I don't know how to explain this, but like before when I was live streaming, it was only people that we knew who were coming to my live streams, like only people from Chris Knits, only people from Go to God Daily. So the people from Go to God Daily are like really religious, and the people from Chris Knits were just coming to be supportive, And I don't want Juanita exposed to gross men late night on the internet, is what I'm trying to say. Like, if it was my child, I wouldn't let her be exposed to that. I don't want her to be exposed to that. So I just feel bad. So I'm trying to like process it, and I'm trying to say, how do we deal with it? Like, what do we do? Like, how do we solve the problem? Because the reality is there's gross people on the internet, right? And one of my friends is a lady, and she has a YouTube channel that was really successful, and she was putting herself on the internet, and she was very, very successful, like 20,000 followers in like 2 weeks successful. And I helped her build this channel. And she was having like 2,000 messages in the live stream at night, and her boyfriend saw she got a new boyfriend, and her boyfriend saw, I'm changing some of this a little bit so you'll understand why. Her boyfriend saw the live stream one night because he said, "What do you do?" And he made a joke, "Oh, you're an OnlyFans girl." And I said, "Absolutely not. It's a Christian channel and she's reading the Bible, right?" And then the boyfriend went and watched the live stream. Well, of course, he goes on the one night a week, which is Saturday night, when you always have the creeps. You always have creeps and weirdos on Saturday night. So here we are on Saturday night, and this creep and all these creeps and weirdos come in and they say things, and you know the kinds of things they say. And she doesn't have a moderator, and so she just like um, erases them. But if they're insinuation, but not blatant, she leaves them. And her feeling was, well, she wants to lead them to the Lord, so she doesn't want to erase them. And to her credit, we have converted quite a few of the trolls. Like, there are about 5 people that used to be trolls when I got there. I converted them, and now they're like, have accepted Christ in their life, and they're like going to Bible studies and trying to change. And so I can understand how she wants to leave him there. But there's like this fine line, you know, like you can get your YouTube channel shut down if you let somebody use racial slurs, right? There's certain behaviors that YouTube doesn't allow. So so what ended up happening was her boyfriend decided for her, because her boyfriend made this ultimatum and said, if you don't stop, I want you to stop showing your picture. So she's being live, like I'm live right now. So now she shows a photograph, an icon, a religious icon. And her channel tanked. And it was sort of like all the things that you could do to kill a channel. She's not, you're supposed to choose a time and be consistent and show up every day at that time, and give lots of eye contact and lots of personal attention, and use your hands a lot, right? I just naturally use my hands, so I don't have to worry about that. But her boyfriend convinced her that now she's going out with him during the regular time that she was live streaming. So now nobody knows when she's going to live stream. It's totally hit or miss. Sometimes it's in the morning, sometimes it's in the evening, sometimes it's at noonday. No consistency whatsoever. She's not there anymore. It's just a picture. And there's a couple other things she's doing that are killing the channel. And so the channel went from getting 2,000 people a night to 9. And so I had to tell her boyfriend, you know, this is the internet. There are going to be gross people on the internet. There are mean girls and there are gross guys. That's just the way the internet is. And so what you do is you go, oh, this is what happens on the internet, and you just hit it and block them or put them in a timeout, whichever you feel most comfortable with, you know. I'm a big fan of 3 strikes, you're out. If you're gross or it's an adult topic, um, just get rid of them. It's not worth it, right? But instead of just saying this is the internet and let's get you a moderator, or let's teach you how to block them, or whatever it's called, he just said to her flat out, you can't show your picture anymore or I won't be your boyfriend. And I'm like, okay, first off, if a guy makes an ultimatum to you and you've only been dating him for 2 weeks, he's controlling, okay? But she's of an age that she thinks she knows it all, okay? So I had to kind of back up. I told her what I thought. She asked me what I thought. And I told her what I thought. I said, he's got like 5 red flags just from this one encounter that tell me that he's going to be an abuser. Everybody that I've ever met who's got a boyfriend who's into domestic violence gives them ultimatums. There's always red flags. It's always 2 weeks into the relationship. They start texting you. This guy's an obvious narcissist. And the real reason he doesn't want her picture up, her showing her face, is because he's a narcissist and he's jealous of all the attention she's getting. And he has a channel that's not as big as hers. So really what he did was he just devastated her channel by taking her out. Oh, isn't it interesting? He only wants to go out when it's your time that you've been regularly being online for the past 3 years. And now that's the only time he wants to go out. So all of her regulars go there and she's not there. Do you see what I mean? So anyway, I had that happen and it was frustrating. And I just went, you know what? I'm going to quit making other people's channels big. I'm going to go make my own channel. And so there's all these holes that I didn't know that I didn't know. And like one of them was, I had no idea. It didn't occur to me that somebody could come in to my live stream. Like, I don't know why, but for the longest time, I was only having people who were subscribed to me. So it didn't occur to me that somebody could come from the outside and do gross things. So now tell me what you think. Winsome Cat says, I understand you, Jeannie. I wish I was there to protect Jay as well. I felt so bad. I feel so bad. We understand you have exam yesterday and we know you are studying. But it's okay, Jeannie. You're just figuring it out. You can't blame yourself for someone else's actions. Yep, you're right. I can't blame myself for somebody else's actions. But you know what? It's like survivor's guilt. Like you can watch a crime happen and be powerless to do anything and then have survivor's guilt, right? And that's kind of how I feel. Like, it didn't even occur to me. I feel stupid. Like, my friend who's in Chicago, he comes into the chat, and I don't want to say who he is, but I need to have a conversation with him on the phone and say, okay, I'm slow. Lead me through the process. What do I push? What do I do? Where there's no pressure because, see, I'm not good enough with the computer yet. Like, I need to have somebody lead me through step by step. Does that make sense? Like, literally, when I go online, I have a little card like this that says, do this, do this, do this for the first 2 weeks. Now I know those processes by heart. And pretty soon we're going to look back on this and go, oh, remember when Jeannie was so bad at XYZ and now she knows how to do it, right? But in the meantime, it's frustrating. And then I was sleeping, resting after the exam. I dozed off and didn't realize Jeannie was live. Oh, honey, you told us that you were going to go to sleep. You were live with us. You came and saw us. You spent time with us. And then we told you sweet dreams and good night. Yeah, that's not a problem. I wanted you to sleep. My goodness, 10-hour exam. I prayed for you for so many days for that exam. From the time you told me, it's in my book. It's in my book. Every morning and every night, I was praying for you for that exam. And then Peeps, everybody said hi to you. Isn't that great? Yeah. Say hi, everybody. Thanks for taking care of Jeannie. I love you. Poor Peeps. He's been traumatized too. And then she says, Jeannie, welcome in Gen Z group. You learn lots of acronyms. um, I feel you, Jeannie. I had a similar situation when I was younger. I know how it feels. I feel bad. Jay had to experience that as well. Well, like, okay, like what I was figuring out, like, have you ever figured something out in real time? And then you go, oh my God, it was like horrific. Like, I was looking at my phone, realizing there was a delay on the screen, realizing that I could have, if I knew how, I could have just touched those and then made them disappear, and Juanita wouldn't even have seen it. But I didn't know how. And so that's what I feel bad about. So now I have a whole list of stuff that I need to have a phone call and learn and do via, um, via like a video call, or I don't know what it's called. Like we need to practice erasing people or something. I don't even know what it's called, blocking them. Um, Jeannie, do you have Zoom or something? I could help you figure out the whole blocking and moderator thing. You're so sweet. Thank you. Um, I'm not sure if I have Zoom on this phone, so I have to ask my son. What happened was on my old phone, I had Zoom, my phone I had during the pandemic, but I got a new phone. And you know, when you get a new phone and you're still learning it, so I have to look, okay? But thank you so much. Girl power. I could make you a video on it, she says. Ooh, Meta Lyrics, hey! Meta Lyrics, we're so glad you're here. Handy Helens, hi! Um, um, TYSM. Thank you so much. Jeannie, I got the best topics I could ever wish for. Hey Helens, how's it going? What happened? You can use me as practice for stuff. I don't mind. I won't be offended. Hello, Helens. Somebody in the comments briefly explain to Helen what happened, because I've explained it 3 times now, and I think this technically may qualify as overthinking. And I'm going to run over there and get my lipstick, and then I'm going to come back and we're going to talk about overthinking, and we can read The Secret Garden. Oh gosh. Um, um, I feel silly because I'm learning acronyms. It's like a new language, and all of a sudden something in my brain kind of clicked. Like, I'm embarrassed to tell you this, but whenever I see letters, it's like it's just a bunch of letters and it doesn't mean anything to me. So I have a little bit of dyslexia, so I like figure things out by what's around them, right? So it's like something clicked, and I started figuring out acronyms. Jeannie figured out another acronym. Peeps is so happy. Okay, I'm gonna run over there. I'll be right back. BRB. I'm on my little perch. I have to get off my little perch without tipping anybody over. poor Peeps. This was very traumatic. I sat on him by mistake. Did you hear him make the little noise? Or was it muffled? Peep says, I need therapy. It was traumatic. She sat on me. It was traumatic. Oh no, I'm going to need therapy. It's terrible. I was traumatized. Seriously, folks. It's okay, Peeps. I love you. I would never hurt you on purpose. It was a mistake. Let's get all, we got our lipstick. You know, this isn't even the right lipstick, but I don't care. I think what happened was we put our lipstick someplace, Peeps. What do you think? Is it hiding? Is it hiding? Did we hide the lipstick? Were you playing with the lipstick? No? Okay, tell everybody no. All right. Well, I believe you. Don't worry. It'll be okay. We'll find it. It's here someplace. Let's get all cozy, okay? Should we get all cozy? We'll get all cozy and then we'll talk about overthinking. You know why we're going to talk about overthinking? Because I think Jeannie's an expert on overthinking. Hi, everybody. Hit like and subscribe. This is like totally false advertising because when I wrote up the description, I said it was going to be reading The Secret Garden. And now all these people from India came for a few minutes wanting to hear The Secret Garden. And we're talking about traumatic events. Oh dear. Okay, let's see. There we go. I got our book. Peeps, what do you think? Would you like to be all cozy? I gotta pull my shirt down, pull my skirt down, make sure everything's all better. There we go. Except for we do have a problem, and it's that we don't know where the cell phone is. Okay, maybe this wasn't my best idea. Well, we found it. Deep in the recesses of the covers. Peeps, you know all about that, don't you? Yeah, you got lost in the covers before, huh? You got lost in the covers before, huh? Yeah, was it sad? Kind of sad you got lost in the covers? I'm sorry. Would you like to be all snuggy? We're going to try again, okay? That's what we're going to do. We're going to try again. Make the little tablet all lined up. We got to move this because Auntie Jeannie has to have her feet out straight so we don't have any troubles with her legs. There we go. We got our secret garden. We were talking about icky topics, weren't we? Oh dear, let's see what everybody says. Okay. Be right back. Jeannie, you rock. I used an acronym. Pretty soon we're not going to even have to do that anymore, huh? Helen's so sweet. She says, you can use me as practice for stuff. I don't mind. I won't be offended. Helen, you are a sweetie pie. I like you. Oh, and she's saying, I remember how I asked if we would tell it in brief. Oh, Winsome Cat says, Jeannie, you are doing great with the acronyms. That's good. Oh, that was a good way of saying it, Winsome Cat. A creep who likes adult activities alone. You are so good at this. That was a good way. Yeah. Yeah. I make up what they mean that I don't know and make them do it. I make up that okay, how does she say that? She says, I make, I pretend, right, that I don't know what they mean and make it into something funny. Ooh, that's a good idea. Yeah, it wouldn't, okay, here's the thing. It wasn't that I was grossed out, because I wasn't, because it takes a lot to gross me out. It's that it offended other people. And we had three little girls there that were under 15. They were 14, 15, 13. Okay. That's what made me mad. And also, the thing that made me mad was that I wasn't able to protect them and that I didn't even know, it didn't even occur to me that such a thing was possible because I was so naive. I thought that only people who subscribed to me could come to live stream. I didn't know that it was public. Like, I said this to one of my friends, just, I didn't go on and on. He asked me how the live stream went, and he's a producer. And I said, well, something really gross happened. And I didn't know that people who were outside could come in. And he said, yeah, there's a button for that, and starts to tell me what the button is. Honey, I can't even figure out how to make my videos public, much less how to make some private and some public. I don't know. When I do my videos, when I'm doing these live streams, I'm setting it as public, but then when it posts, it says it's private. I don't know what I did. I don't know why it's doing that. So I'm going to have to figure that out. But what I'm trying to say is all this technical stuff is really baffling. And I know, I keep telling myself, it's just a skill set. And once I learn this skill set, I will know it. An example of this was just a little while ago, I couldn't figure out how to go live. So once I figured that out, I wrote it on a little card, followed the procedure until I learned it, right? It's a skill set. So blocking people, it's a skill set. Making somebody a moderator, it's a skill set. How to post my videos live or private, it's a skill set. So I keep telling myself that in my mind. And I'm very frustrated because I need to learn the skill set now, yesterday, Yeah. And I couldn't, yeah. um, I don't Discord, Helen. That's a whole nother story. My son won't let me Discord. Um, okay, so like, I'm really nice to everybody. Like, there's a channel that there are 5 trolls that like me that have like converted to Christianity because I like was kind to them when nobody else was being kind to them. This is a channel we used to have like a lot of people in. Now we don't have very many people in. That now the only people that come are trolls. Okay. So I'm nice to the trolls, okay? But those trolls are discussing Christianity. They're not like being um, adult, like inappropriate adult, okay? They're discussing like they're atheist or they're other religions and they're discussing Christianity, okay? So all the trolls love me, okay? But yeah, no, I don't Discord because my son feels that I would not be a good candidate for Discord. I make friends with everybody. Like right now, when I went to the hospital for 5 days, there were like 130 people that I came in contact with, and 30 of them are currently emailing me. I have made 30 pen pals from I think it's 32 actually, 32 pen pals from my hospital stay. So my son says that Discord isn't a safe place and he doesn't want his mother on Discord, which is hysterical because that's the same thing that the minor child parent told her. And so Juanita and I both are not on Discord, okay? My son basically says that I'm too nice and I'm too trusting, right? I deal with predators. So I don't think I'm too nice and I'm too trusting. I put bad men in jail for a long time, right? So it takes a lot to gross me out. But anyway, but the answer is no, I'm not on Discord. The only thing I'm on Quora, and I used to be on Facebook, but there's something going on with my phone. I used to do Facebook Messenger, but with my new phone, there's like something like a passcode or something. I'm locked out of it. I can get it on my old phone, but not my new phone. So I have to take my phone to somebody and have them figure that out because I'm not savvy tech wise enough. My friend told me that there's some kind of a code that they have, like a passcode in Google. And if I got my passcode book, he could, and I brought that with me and my phone, he could help me unlock Messenger. So I'm hoping, but between Quora and YouTube, there's two main channels that I go to that people send me messages. I get emails from people in those two main channels, and then I get emails from people from Quora, and then I get emails from people who come and see my live stream. So I'm kind of like maxed out for social media involvement. I mean, I set my alarm every day at 1 o'clock. I go to Chris Knits pretty much every day. And I used to go to another YouTube channel every day, but she changes when it is. So I haven't been able to figure out when she's having her live streams, which is probably what people are saying about me. Anyway, it's sad and pathetic, I know. Um, and then um, somebody said, Winsome Cat said, same Jeannie, same. Which chapter are we on? Yeah, people will come and say and do silly things, but Jeannie, just say, God bless them and change their way of thinking, please. And we be Jesus to them and they may have a rethink. Handy Helen, that is so true. So here's the thing, on Go to God Daily, there were 5 people who were always fighting in the comments. When I first got there in September, they were being so mean to each other and they were always fighting. And I started coming to the comments and welcoming everybody and saying, God bless you to everybody, blessings on you, which means God bless you. If they're from a foreign country, I'm assuming if they're from India that they're not a born again Christian. I'm assuming if they're from a Muslim country that they're Muslim. And so I say, God bless you or blessings on you in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ of Nazareth, so that we can be really clear who I'm blessing them in the name of. But remember, there were like 2,000 people in the chat, right? So I would only get a chance to welcome people once. And I know I like to be welcomed, so that's why I welcome people. Because I think it's nice if you go someplace to create an atmosphere. So I started trying to create an atmosphere there of, you would say, maybe unity, like people treating each other with respect, even if they didn't agree. Like, it was okay to come and ask questions because that's what the channel's for. But we don't need Christians fighting other Christians. Like, there were Christians who were, that there are, when I went to Bible school, there were 30,000 sects in Christianity, SECTS. So it's like 31 flavors of ice cream. There were 30,000. Since I graduated from Bible school to now officially there are 45,000 different flavors of Christianity. And what happens is these flavors of Christianity all fight in the comments. And so I just said, hey guys, there's no reason for this. Why aren't we trying to speak about the love of Jesus? Like, you're trying to speak about the love of Jesus, but you're not showing the love of Jesus with your behavior. And I know that's kind of like in your face, but I was dealing with mainly young men under 30, like 16 to 30, that age range. So they had a lot of testosterone, you know. Anyway, I won over 5 of the trolls in like 1 month, and they started attending regularly. And then we started having little Bible studies with them, and they started asking questions and really changing their behavior. Like you can tell by how they treat people. And now those 5 trolls, former trolls, are the people who come and greet people. See, they're imitating what I do. They're greeting people. They're saying welcome. And when some man comes into the chat who's from another Christian sect and he's being rude, they'll say, hey, brother, you can't treat these people like this. You can't treat these 2 sisters like this. And they'll kind of gather around him and say, we're not here to fight with you. We're not going to fight about XYZ belief. Like, you know how Christians get upset in all those flavors? It's like, do you get baptized by immersion? Or do you get baptized as a baby? Or do you get baptized by sprinkling? Or do you get baptized as an adult? Or do you get christened? And they're like fighting about all this, right? And it's like, at the same time they're fighting about that, here's these 3 people asking questions that are real legitimate questions that could lead to salvation. And we were having 3 or 4 people get saved in the comments every night. And I didn't want the trolls busy distracting from that. It's like they were purposefully causing division. I don't know how else to say it, you know? And so I'm like, yeah, no, that's not what we're about. If you want to fight and scream and yell, go to this other channel, because there's a lady who's on a street corner in London, and she's a preacher, and she screams at people. And in her chat, there's like 2,000 Christians, and they're all fighting with one another about denominational differences. This is why we have all these different denominations, because Christians fight about these dumb things that don't matter. They're not salvational. They're not, you're going to go to hell or you're going to go to heaven kind of issues. You know, they're not black and white. They're like, well, who really knows? It kind of depends, you know, on your situation. I mean, I can tell you from the scripture what the scripture says, but most of those denominations aren't following what the scripture says. They're following a dogma, a man-made tradition. They're not following what the scripture said, because the scripture is really clear. You know, the scripture is really clear about baptism. And I can tell you in 3 scriptures what it is. But then they get mad at you and they say, oh no, my denomination says this. Oh no, my denomination says this. Oh no, my denomination says this. And they want to fight about it. And I'm like, we're here. If you want to see what the Bible teaches, I can tell you what the Bible teaches. Okay? I'm 59 years old and I've read the Bible. I read 12 chapters a day. If you do that, you can read the whole thing in 3 months. I read it 3 times a year, probably more than that, because for the past 3 years, I've spent 12 hours a day reading the Bible, 6 hours a day reading the Bible, and 6 hours of the day writing about it in the ancient languages. And so people want to fight with me. It's like, you will lose, you know? But if they want to, what they don't really want to fight Bible, they don't, and I don't mean fight, I mean, if you want to argue or ask questions, right? They don't want to ask a question and learn. They want to argue a point. And I'm not about arguing points, because that's a waste of time. And all it does is upset people and cause division, you know, and it causes a lot of people to lose faith. It gets very damaging. And so what this other live stream became was just people fighting continually. It just kind of broke down into people fighting amongst themselves, name calling. You know, like if you study debate in high school or college, They say an ad hominem attack. I can never pronounce it correctly, but it's an ad hominem attack, and it means the person, you're in a debate with somebody and they don't have any logical response, so they start calling you names. So I always get excited when people call me names because it means they don't have a logical basis for their argument. That's what that means, you know? And so these guys, they were doing that, and I just kind of took apart their arguments very calmly in the chat and said, what is your true heart desire? You know, what do you really want? Because God wants a relationship with you, and He wants to give you your true heart desire. And you're not going to get your true heart desire by arguing these man made traditions that have no meaning. They're just symbolic. And if it pulls others away from Christ, you're not supposed to be fighting over this. Paul's really, you know, sometimes in the scripture you have to take something that's about food laws, like the Lord talks about food laws. Paul talks about food laws, and he says, if you're going to go to a dinner and your brother believes in these food laws, then don't eat that food in front of them because it'll cause them to stumble. Well, just like if you look at the 12 steps, you know, the 12 steps were written for alcoholics, but you can take, I admit that I'm powerless over alcohol, and you can insert anything for alcohol. It could be narcissistic abuse, it could be gambling, it could be being addicted to video, it could be being addicted to a practice or a way of being or a food. You could say food. I'm powerless over my food addiction. It doesn't have to be alcohol, but a lot of people don't have the brain power for some reason in America to go, oh, if you're talking about the 12 steps, I could just insert food addiction, right? Instead of alcohol. I have people get mad at me every day when I tell them do a 12 step on it. Because the 12 steps, they have written literature with all these different addictions inserted. But it's a lot cheaper just to go online and look it up for Alcoholics Anonymous. So maybe you're not an alcoholic, but maybe you're addicted to gambling. So you just put gambling there. Well, it's the same way with the writings of Paul in the New Testament. There are a lot of people who aren't bright enough to go, oh, that was about food, but the principle is I shouldn't do something that's going to cause my brother to stumble. So where I'm at, I'm in a small town. I don't buy alcohol. I don't drink alcohol. That's my choice because every call I've ever been on as a first responder chaplain has been caused by alcohol. Every car accident I've ever been to, every domestic violence incident, every case of abuse, I could go on, but you get the idea. Most of it, 99.9% of the time, it's caused by bad behavior because of alcohol. So I don't want people to see me at the grocery store buying a bottle of wine and go, oh, well, Jeannie, that Christian counselor, she buys wine, so it must be okay for me. And I just made a decision. My whole family growing up was devastated by alcohol. All my sisters are alcoholics. My brother's an alcoholic. My parents were alcoholics. I've counseled tons and tons and tons of people who start out well-meaning, reading that Jesus turned water into wine and become alcoholics. I know probably 25 people who became alcoholics. They were Christian, they were fine, and then they went through the pandemic and they started drinking. And it's like, I don't want to go there. I already know genetically I'm predisposed because my family's Native American. All my sisters, all my parents, everybody in my family, everybody going back on both sides are alcoholics. So I know I got the genetics for it. So I don't even want to go there. I'm not even going to try it. Do you know what I mean? But there are people who can't think these things through. and they'll say, well, they'll talk to me and fight with me and try to get me to say that it's okay for me to drink alcohol. And I'm like, there's a verse in the Bible that says, you should not do something if you know it's sin to do for you. And I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that drinking alcohol for me would be a sin. And I've known that since I was in the third grade. You want to know how I found out? Because my mama made sangria. She made a big punch bowl of it. We lived in California. And she cut up lemons and limes and grapefruit and passion fruit and pomegranate, and she stuck it in this bowl, and she poured all this red wine and some 7-Up, and she made sangria. And we had a party, and all my brothers and sisters were there, and I was the eldest, and I was in the third grade, and I could have as many cups of it as I want, and I'll tell you, it tasted just like Hawaiian punch, which I loved, and I only got when I was a little kid if they had a birthday party at school. You had the little birthday party, right? And so um, my mama gave me a little punch cup of that. And I thought, because my mother gave it to me, that it was fruit punch like at school, because it didn't taste like alcohol. I know if you ever have alcohol, there's kind of a burny feeling. It didn't taste like that. It was sweet. And so I drank a whole bunch. It was a hot day. It was 90 degrees outside. We lived in California. I drank a whole bunch. So much so that when everybody left, I got in bed with my sisters, my poor sisters. We shared a bed. It was a queen size bed. There were 4 of us. And I had one side, and I turned over and I started throwing up all over my sisters. So we get up, they all take showers, we clean and change the bed. And I get back in the bed and I throw up again. Oh my gosh, they were so mad at me. This went on like 3 times until Jeannie slept on the floor, throwing up, sleeping, inhaling her own vomit. Now, as an adult, I know that I had alcohol poisoning. As a nurse, when I read the textbook and studied about alcohol poisoning, I can look back on my little third grade self and say, it's a miracle of God that I didn't die, because my body was shaking and in shock, and I was delirious. I couldn't stand up, and I just kept throwing up, throwing up, throwing up. So I had alcohol poisoning. And I decided that day, I'm not going to ever drink again. So I made a vow to God and said, I'm not going to drink. So for me, that's the best choice. Well, if you look at all my family members, all of my sisters are alcoholics. My mom is an alcoholic. My dad was an alcoholic. Everybody on my mother's side of the family, except for one sister who was adopted, is an alcoholic. Everybody on my father's side of the family, except for my grandmother, was an alcoholic. So I know genetically it's not good for me to drink alcohol. I don't see what the excitement is to take a something that's a downer, that's a depressant, that kills brain cells. I want to keep all my brain cells. So I made this decision. Now, if a Christian feels that they want to drink alcohol or wine, that's their business. That's between them and God. But I regularly have people try to talk me out of this. I regularly have people come up to me and say, like, at church, they have, the communion cups. And for a long time, they had alcohol, they had wine and bread. And then about 10 years ago, there was like it was a little bit longer than that. I think it was 20 years ago. There was a recovery movement, and they started replacing the alcohol with grape juice. And some churches have water or grape juice and wine, and you can choose which you want, right? And then everybody went gluten-free. It's like whatever the latest fad is. But I understand the desire to want to put grape juice in the little communion cups, because if somebody's an alcoholic, they don't want to even have a little bit of alcohol. So I can honor that and I can respect that. okay? But there are Christians who get upset about that. And I'm like, why are you so worried and fighting about these details when it's between that person and God? You know, it's none of your business. If that person wants to have water in their communion cup or grape juice, that's between them and God. It's not your business. You know what I mean? And I don't know what it is with people. I don't know if it's just that there's this like argumentative spirit out there, like people just want to argue. And I'm always shocked when I see Christians who want to argue. I mean, people who have the doctrinal statement of being a Christian, when you look at them on paper, what they believe, you think, oh, okay, they're a Christian according to the Bible. But their behavior doesn't show love, doesn't show the fruit of the Spirit. And all they want to do is argue. And Paul was really, really clear with Timothy. He said, don't engage with people who want to argue. You know, don't engage with people who want to have these disputes. So I'm at the point where if somebody wants to ask a question, it's a legitimate question. I'm good for that. That's fine. But I'm not willing to argue the fine points. You know, there is a guy who, I'm going to grab a glass of water. There was a guy who came to all of my live streams, and I was so excited about it. It was when I was first live streaming. He was so kind and he was so nice. He was coming to all my live streams, and I don't even know how he found out about me, okay? He was really kind in the comments to everybody. And then we had a live stream where there were 5 women who came from a support group. And at this support group was for women who had been assaulted. And it was late at night. There's only these women here, and we're talking about assault. And that man came into the group and started telling these women who were domestic violence victims, okay, that they need to go back to their husbands. And I didn't know. I was just like, you've got to be kidding me. Like, I couldn't believe it that he would think this. And then he was telling people, you can't be in that group unless you've been in the ICU, okay? Like intensive care unit, right? This isn't because when you put people in a group, they need to all have the same level of abuse. Because if you do a domestic violence group and you have one woman who's being verbally abused and everybody else has been physically abused, then what happens is the woman who's been verbally abused thinks, well, it's not as bad as what they're experiencing, so I should stay in my marriage. What she doesn't understand is that abuse escalates. It escalates. So because it escalates, she's just at an earlier stage of abuse than these people are. And anyway, bottom line is, he was advising people, having comments with people in the comments saying that they should go back to their husbands. And these are women who've been severely battered, and they have biblical authority to divorce their husbands. And he's saying, no, you don't have a biblical authority. The only biblical authority is if they've had an affair. And I'm like, yeah, no, that's not scriptural. And rather, I started to explain why that wasn't scriptural. And then I realized we just need to stop the live stream. So we stopped the live stream, got rid of him, and then did another live stream where it's by invitation only. So only those women, I gave everybody a little code. I texted them the code, and then they came to the live stream. And so that video is private. So only if I give somebody the code can they watch that video. But I don't know why all my other videos are private. I haven't figured that out yet. But anyway, I couldn't believe that that man would actually tell women, and he was like 65 years old, you know, he's older than I am. I couldn't believe that that man would actually tell women who've been physically abused that they had to go back to their husbands and that they didn't have biblical authority to divorce them. I was just, I mean, every day I get stunned by something, but this was just beyond comprehension to me. And he was going by the letter of the law. He was going by the dogma of his denomination. And he goes to a denomination that doesn't believe, oh, by the way, that you can use a piano or a violin. You can't, you only can do classical music, not a cappella, no, no instruments. And when I looked up his sect, I was like, oh my God, this guy's in a cult. It's a cult. I don't care what anybody says. If you start telling people that you can't use music when David in the Psalms, half of the Psalms are set to music and they're made for the lyre or the harp, you know? And so just what I'm trying to say is I'm amazed at the amount of acrobats that Christians can do. And maybe this is like this in Judaism. Maybe this is like this in with Muslims. I don't know, okay? Because I mainly know about Christianity and all the different flavors. But it just amazed me that this man thought that he had the authority because he was a man. I asked him what gave him the authority. And he said, I was a woman and I shouldn't be teaching on YouTube. And that he was a man. And I was just like, dude. And I just like, in the comments, I just typed and said to the ladies, we're going to end the stream. I'll type you the new code. And so we ended the stream. And I said, blessings on you, brother. Goodbye. You know? But it was so frustrating. And I guess part of being on the internet is you're going to deal with wackos, you know? But I just really did not. I knew there were a lot of Christian wackos, but I didn't know how many, just how deep the rabbit hole went, you know? So let's see what everybody says. And my dear Helen says, yes, people will come and say and do silly things, but Jeannie, we just say, God bless them and change their way of thinking, please. And we be Jesus to them that they may have a rethink. Yes, exactly. And then Handy Helen says, they can only hurt us if we let them. Yep. So moving on. Exactly. I don't know what FR means. That's really true. Yeah. I mean, the acronyms, I pretend that what they mean. Oh, you know, we don't even want to go there, but I actually thought that WTF meant, well, that's fantastic. For 2 whole years, I used it with pastors. Yep, that's how slow I am. And finally, we had a very dramatic time where I told a pastor friend of mine, well, that's fantastic, while we were texting when he said he had a little baby girl. And I used it like 4 times. And then my son said, Mom, what does well WTF mean? I said, it means, well, that's fantastic. And he goes, no, it doesn't. Don't ever use that again. And that was my rude introduction into the language of acronyms. And that's why I gave up on them all. I gave up on them because there's like 3 meanings for SOB. In nursing, it means shortness of breath, you know? And I grew up, well, as an adult, my whole life, SOB meant shortness of breath. You know, I didn't know it meant something else. It took me a long time to know that. People, one time, a doctor was looking, in the old days when we used to do hand charting, now everything's done by computer, but in the old days, you used to write on people's charts and sign it. And I can just remember this lady getting upset because she saw SOB on her chart. And I couldn't figure out why, because I was that naive. I didn't know that it could mean a swear word. I just thought, you know, shortness of breath. Why is she so upset about us saying she has shortness of breath? And then she says, yes, but they can block people. They know how, Jeannie. If they are old enough to be using normal YouTube and not kids, YouTube, then they are old enough to block people. Jeannie, you can put an only subscriber mode. It won't let people chat until they subscribe. Then they have to wait some time to chat. That's a good idea, Winsome Cat. That's a good idea. I'm gonna look into that. Helen says, I'm listening, but I'm getting ready for work. You're a sweetie pie. I'm so glad you're here. I hope you have a happy day at work. You probably rolling your eyes at all the drama, right? But I can still teach you how to do it. Thank you, Winsome Cat. Yes, we need a mod also. Helen, hope you have a best day at work. Yes, that would be the first thing I would show Jeannie how to do. We tried last time, but whenever Jeannie clicks on name of person, there's no option showing to her. Yeah, it was weird. No, I don't mean you should let them talk if they are being gross. I mean, in your mind, block them here, but pray in your head. Oh, no, honey, I understood that. I understood that. Yeah. I mean, I'm really good at winning over trolls. Like at Go to God Daily, she never blocked anybody until just like a month ago. So it was like September, October, November, December, January, February. 6 months of me winning trolls who were disgusting. But this is really late at night and there were no women. It was mostly just guys. Sometimes people forget you can make someone a moderator outside of the lives. Okay, we have to figure out how to do that. Sometimes people forget that we all worship the same one true God. Different denominations should look after each other. Yes, that's very well put, Helen. Unity is very important. The Bible says, oh, how good and how pleasant it is when brothers can dwell together in unity. It's like oil. It's like the oil running down over the beard of Aaron, and it goes on and on and on. And it's like really important. And these how do you say, denominations fighting over trivial things that don't depend on salvation, you know, that are not, they're not issues that determine whether or not a person's saved. They're really silly. And that's the main reason that I won't fight with Catholics over their doctrine. They have lots of doctrines that are just not taught in the Bible. It's all traditions of men. But I'm not going to fight with them over it. You know, it's not going to hurt. A lot of their beliefs, they're only hurting themselves believing these beliefs. And I'm not going to fight over it, you know? She says, amazing, Jeannie. Overthinking. Jeannie, I was going to send you an email about my TV. It suddenly stopped working. I think I just got an acronym. Peeps. It's pathetic, but I know the acronym for TV. Andy, Helen, Jeannie, I agree with you. I get to work, but I love you lots. I've got to get to work. I love you lots too, Helen. I hope you have a happy day. I'll be praying for you. Yep. If you have a challenging charge, I will be surrounding you in prayer. Winsome Cat, take care, Helen. I'm so glad, Winsome Cat. I was blabbing away on some Wild goose chase. And Winsome Cat, she's so patient. She's just saying hi to everybody and bye to everybody in the comments. Take care, Helens. Bye, Helens. We love you. No, it's not in our culture. Muslim culture also respect women. Yeah, that's what I thought. Um, I have one of my son's best friends is Muslim. So since he was in kindergarten and he is 24 years old, I've been best friends. I've been friends with his mom. And so we do lunches at my house, our lunches at her house, and we talk about the Quran, we talk about the Bible. I've gone to numerous weddings. I'm friends with the Imam that's near where I live. I know like 30 people who are Muslim. My dad used to work in Saudi Arabia, um, and he helped build houses for a family that were Muslim and a whole compound when I was a teenager. And my dad spent many years in Saudi Arabia, and he had a deep respect for their devotion to God. I worked really hard in Seattle when I was the first a social worker to end genital mutilation for spiritual reasons. So I spent 20 years making inroads in the community of believers there. So I did things like put my baby in a pouch and go visit the mothers and the grandmothers that didn't speak any English and bring a translator with me and talk to them about why genital mutilation wasn't a good thing for women. And then I made friends with their imams and told him that it would be considered barbarian here in America to do that. So I'm 59. I did that when I was 20 to 27. And we got a whole community in Seattle of people to stop practicing those old ways. So my experience has been they've been very respectful of women. So I don't know why there are people who say it's cultural. But the Imam that I talked to, he's very kind, and he said that there's lots of different sects in Islam, and that some of them are very, very, I'm trying to think of the term he used. It was sort of like saying they were radical, and that some of them are not following the teachings, or that there's a heretical teacher teaching them. So I don't know. I don't judge people. I try to love everybody. Okay. The only time I judge people is if I have to keep myself safe from them. If I have to keep someone I love safe from them, then I'm judging. But I'm not judging them spiritually, because it's God's job to judge. But I find that I have more in common with a Muslim person than I do a difference, you know, because we both love our children, we both love our wives, we both love our husbands, we both want to have peace in our community, we both want to be able to worship our God freely. Um, we both want pornography and sexually explicit material out of the school. You know, we have a lot in common. So I just try to look at our common beliefs and go from there. And everybody's responsible for God for their own beliefs, right? My friends that are Muslim are always trying to get me to convert. You know, they always say, "Oh, you'd make such a good Muslim." You know, I go to weddings and stuff like that, and they're always trying to introduce me to a Muslim man, you know. But I have to keep true to my God. I have to keep true to Jesus Christ, my Savior, you know. So it's nothing personal. I just, you know, that's what I have to do. I have to live my life the way I feel called to live. But I love many people that are Muslim. Mhm. Um, FR stands for real. FR, for real. Okay, I'll try to remember that. FR means for real, for real. I think I'm gonna have to get a piece of paper and write these all down. Um, like agreeing with someone, you'd say for real. Oh, okay, like for real. Okay. Cat, now Jeannie knows another acronym. Jeannie's gonna have to write that down and learn it. Jeannie learned an acronym. Jeannie learned an acronym. mm, okay, it's pretty funny. Oh, I slept. Sorry. Oh, honey bunny, we love you. That's okay. Now, somebody's got to teach me how to say Habib. Is it Habib? Habibii? Is it Habibi? How do you say it? And does it mean love? Is it like saying you're a good friend or you're a brother? Brotherly love? I'm trying to figure out the name of this word. Honey bunny, hello. When some cat says hi. Habib, did you send mail? You need help? Me too. I'm fighting with sleep. Aww. Hey cat. Yes, Habib, my TV stopped working. I need protection. Okay, I don't understand. I sleep after listening calming voice of Jeannie. Oh, well, I should start reading The Secret Garden and I'll put you right out. We were having a big emotional whoop-de-doo, as my mom would say. Oh no, dishwasher and then TV. Why, Habib? Oh no, you're laughing. I don't get it. I got new one. Doesn't break and doesn't need electricity. Oh, you got a new dishwasher that doesn't break and doesn't need electricity? I wash my own dishes. I have a dishwasher, but I don't use it. Wow, Habib got a new version. By the way, by the way, right? W-T, wait a minute. By B-T-W. Now that I got the exam out of my mind, I started learning Arabic. I'm terrible at it. Laugh out loud. You're not that terrible. You're learning. It's in the beginning. Hmm. I just figured out another acronym. BTW is by the way. Peeps, it's exciting. You get to do your little dance. Peeps is happy. Okay. Have you ever seen Wallace and Gromit? When Wallace does this, Jeannie learned an acronym. Jeannie figured out an acronym. Okay. FR is for real. It's gonna be like when you learn a new language and you have your little language sheet of all the new words, your vocabulary list. Wait till I tell my friend that I'm learning whatever this is called, text talk. I may help you because BCZ, because, right? I'm also learning Arabic. Yes, Habib. Jeannie and Kat, see you. Take care. Bye, Aisha. I love you. Honey bunny, yes, Jeannie, we respect women. I know you respect women. All remember is Anadura. I'm pretty sure that's very wrong. Oh no, I hate it when, oh, I get that. That's Arabic. Okay. John Doe. Hey, baby. Hi. Oh, thank you. Aisha, take care. Habib, I love women more than myself. I can't live without women. Yeah. See how much we love women's? Oh my God. I have to tell you guys something really funny. So you know how Helen said she tries to be kind of like pretend like she doesn't know what they mean? When the trolls, I have so much fun with trolls sometimes. And what happened was I'm always really serious, okay? I'm always like really serious, but I watched Chris one day at Chris Knits talking about to a troll, and I was like trying not to laugh. I was like by myself looking at the phone, but I was laughing hysterically. Like I was laughing so funny. So what she was saying was so funny that I dropped my phone, okay? I was laughing so hard. And so that same guy showed up at my stream and he says, and it was like in the beginning where there was nobody there. And he shows up and he's like, "Do you like black men?" And I go, "Yes, I do. I like men of all different colors. I think men are wonderful. God created men in a variety of shades and shapes and sizes." And then he like kept asking me questions and I just kept going on like that. And like I preached a whole sermon about diversity. Finally, he gave up. Anyway, it was funny at the time. I guess it kind of doesn't translate. I'll go in lurk mode for a moment. My head hurts, like, ouch. Oh, baby girl, I'm so sorry. You gotta go rest and eat some salt and drink some water, get some sleep. Yeah. Everybody hit like and subscribe. Um, if you need to go lurk, you could lay down and I could read The Secret Garden. And another time we'll talk about overthinking. And this video could be our example of overthinking. Okay. Honey Bunny says, "Take care." John Doe says, "Hey, baby. Imagine life without women. It's hard. Cougar is hot." Yes, Habib. This cougar is hot. Honey Bunny, cougar. Habib means my brother, my life, my friend, my sort of stuff. Habib means my brother, my life, my friend. Oh, nice. Okay, thank you for telling me that. Am I saying Habib the correct way? Is it Habib? Cougar. Um, the cougar is hot. How old are you, John Doe? Hero Zach is laughing. Jeannie, you were on fire with the acronyms today. I know. Literally, it's like a little switched in my brain, and I'm figuring them out because I figured out because on my own without any help. I couldn't believe it. Jeannie, you're on fire with the acronyms. Jeannie, you will fall all of us now in acronym. You will you will fail all of us now in acronym. Nah. Literally, I just had to ask Winsome Cat what laughing LMAO meant. I didn't know what it meant. People always say it, and when she said it, I was like so embarrassed that I didn't know what it meant. Jeannie figured out an acronym. Jeannie figured out an acronym. Finally, you laughed. Habib, mission successful. You're so funny. I love you, Honey Bunny. I love you, Winsome Cat. I love you, Hero Zach. You better go lay down, Winsome Cat, and do some things. You need to find something to do to take care of yourself. No, it's Habibi, so that means I'm not saying it right. Jeannie is smart. Jeannie is the smartest. Oh, you guys. Now, what should we do? Should we talk about overthinking, or should we just wait? Winsome Cat, I think we should wait until you don't have a headache. We'll do another stream on overthinking, okay? Yeah. I think what we gotta do is read a chapter from The Secret Garden. Are you okay with me reading a chapter, Honey Bunny and Hero Zach, from The Secret Garden? I'm gonna title this, Jeannie Overthinks Everything. Say yes if you want me to read you a Say yes in the live stream if you want me to read you something from The Secret Garden. This is The Secret Garden by Frances Hodgson Burnett. See the little girl? There was ivy growing down, and she found the secret garden. Let's see. Yeah, the secret garden would be amazing. We'll talk about overthinking later. Good. Okay. I love you. Thank you for listening to me go on and on about my frustration from yesterday. You guys are such good friends to me. I felt bad. I think I have survivor's guilt from it. I'm feeling better now that I talked about it with you. Mm. Okay. Peeps is going to say sweet dreams and good night. If you fall asleep, it's okay, because Peeps is sleepy too. So he's going to crawl in here and get all cuddly. Can you get all cuddly? Can you get your pillow and put it all cuddly behind your head? Get your pillow, put it all cuddly behind your neck so you're all supported. Get your blankie. Do you have a cozy blanket? This is my cozy blanket. It's one of the fuzzy blankets. It's very warm and cozy. So I'm going to get my blanket and get all cozy. Yeah, get your blankets and get all cozy. What about tea? Do you ever drink herb tea before you go to bed? Sometimes we can drink cocoa or herb tea. I'm going to get my tea. I've got some chamomile tea. I like chamomile tea. It doesn't have any caffeine and it's very relaxing. You can get some chamomile tea or mint tea. Those are good things to drink before you go to bed. Then you don't have to brush your teeth again. It was very delicious tea. When I was a little girl, my dad used to make cocoa, and he would make cinnamon toast. He'd take bread and he'd put it in the toaster, then he'd put butter on it and cinnamon sugar, and then you shake it off onto the plate so that you save all the sugar. And then he would cut it up into little strips, and he'd give it to me on a little saucer, and I could dip the little pieces of cinnamon toast into my cocoa and eat it. Oh, it was so lovely. But then he always told me stories, and then he'd always have me brush my teeth. So if you're getting ready for bed, make sure you brush your teeth. It's cozy. Are you cozy? Let's see. I have got to pull my sweater down so it's all cozy. Do you see this sweater? It's got little pretty ruffles. It's got ruffles that were made with crochet. It used to have a ruffle around the neck, but it was too tight, so I took it off. It's got ruffles around here, and around the waist it's got a little ruffle too. It's very cozy. My mom made it. She took a sweater and then she made ruffles on it with crochet. Do you like to wear a sweater to get all cozy? It's fun to wear sweaters and be all cozy. Now my friend says the secret garden would be amazing. We'll talk about overthinking later. Yes, yep, everybody loves the secret garden. Oh, I forgot, my first love is Secret of Garden. Really? Jeannie, I have a question. Of course, you can always ask a question. Yes, that guy yesterday was disgusting. I felt ashamed you had to read that stuff he said. Jeannie, your overthinking queens were here for you always. Thank you. Habib, what did he do? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to talk to you in my sweet cooey voice, and I'm going to sing you a song, and I'm going to read to you, okay? And you relax. I love you, Winsome Cat. I'm so happy that you did well on your exam. If you just joined us, hit like and subscribe. We're going to read from The Secret Garden. Yep, this is a really good book. I don't know where, I'm worried that maybe you missed the beginning, so I'll tell you really quickly a recap of what's happening. There's a little girl, and her name is Mary Lennox, and she was raised in India. She was raised by parents who were way too busy for her. It was very sad. She got raised by her nanny, by her servants. And in India, the servants did whatever the little girl asked. So she became very spoiled. And you know how it is sometimes people who are spoiled don't even know they're spoiled? Well, she was sad. Mary Lennox was so sad. In her heart, she was lonely and she was sad, and she was very, very spoiled. But she didn't know it. And the thing is, something very sad happened. This is the sad part of the story. Her mommy and daddy died of the cholera, and all the servants in the house died of the cholera. Everybody in the house died except for Mary. And she was the little girl. She was only 6 years old. And it was very sad. And do you know what happened? She had to go back to England. She had never been there before. She had only lived in India, so she only knew all the ways of India. She didn't know what it was like in England. And her uncle, he sent for her. So she came to live with him in his big house. And his house was 400 years old. 400 years old, can you believe it? And in his house, it was a big mansion, like a castle. Some of the English homes that they made them in square. And in the center, there was a hollowed out place where they would have gardens. And that's the way this house was. There were 100 rooms in it, but Mary was only allowed to be in 2 of the rooms. And most of the other rooms were locked. So here Mary was in this great big house all alone in her 2 rooms. But she made friends with a maid who was to be there and take care of her. And the maid's name is Martha. And Martha's very kind. Martha lives in a cottage in Yorkshire on the moor, and she lives in 2 rooms of a 2-bedroom cottage with 10 sisters and brothers. And her mother and her father, I think they have like 14 children. Anyway, it's a lot of kids. And she is so nice. She's so kind. And she's a little bit of a chatterbox like me. She talks a lot. But she's very friendly and very kind, and she has a good heart. But she wasn't really trained to be a proper lady's maid. The only reason she can be the lady's maid there is because her mother and Mrs. Medlock, the head housekeeper, were good friends in school. And so Mrs. Medlock knows her mother very well and knows that she's a good mother. So God arranged it all, because when our friend Mary was a little girl, she lived in India and she didn't have to do anything. She never picked up after herself. Do you know what she did? If she had a toy, she would just drop that toy on the floor, and the Anya, the nanny, or the servants would have to pick it up. When it was time for her to wake up in the morning and get dressed, she would just stand there. Even though she was 6 years old, they would dress her and put her shoes on for her and put all of her clothes. It was the silliest thing. But the servants were so afraid of her, they did whatever she said. So instead of learning and growing and learning how to be a kind person, she just learned to be more and more selfish. Pretty soon, nobody wanted to be around her because she had such a sour expression on her face. She was always pouting. So it was very sad. She was having a very sad time. Well, she came to Misselthwaite Manor. That was the name of that big house that was 400 years old, with all the gardens in the center compartment or the center courtyard. There were kitchen gardens and an orchard and fenced in gardens, and they all opened up with little doors, and they had gardeners that worked in them. And Mary, all she could do, she was all alone in this big house. There were lots of servants, but they didn't pay any attention to her. And so all Mary could do is go out and play outside. And Mary, when she lived in England, when she first got to England from India, Mary was yellow. She had jaundice, and she was a puny little thing. She was way too small. She was too thin, and she was languid. What that means is she didn't have any energy. She could just walk a little bit and she'd fall over. She was so tired all the time, and she was weak, and she didn't have an appetite. Well, Martha, the little maid that was supposed to be taking care of Mary, she came 3 times a day. She brought her breakfast, she brought her lunch, and she brought her dinner, and I think she also brought her tea, which I'm not exactly certain what time that was. But Mary was living her whole life growing up in a cottage with her mother, and she had a good mother who knew what was good for children. So Mary helped raise her brothers and her sisters. So Mary knows what's good for children. So even though poor Mary Lennox, Martha, I'm sorry, even though poor Mary Lennox was all alone, she had Martha to look after her. And Martha had lots of wisdom from being raised by a good mother. So Martha decided that the best thing for Mary Lennox would be to go out and play out in the gardens, to go outside and skip and hop and run around. So do you know what she did on her very first day off? She only got 1 day off a month. Can you imagine working every day, all day long, and only getting 1 day off a month? Well, on Martha's 1 day off, she'd go home to her mother, and she would help her mother do the laundry and take all the sheets off all the beds and wash all the clothes and all the laundry and hang them up to dry. And then she'd do all the baking. They'd bake bread. And then she'd watch her brothers and sisters so that her mother could have a break. She was a good girl. She was a good daughter and a good maid. She worked very hard. So do you know what happened? One day when she came back to visit her mother, there was a man, and he was a tinkerer. Now, tinkers were men who sold, they had little wagons, and they had, everywhere you looked on that wagon, there would be something tied. Teapots and big pots, brass pots, steel pots, brooms, combs, brushes, everything you could possibly imagine. I bet they had little pocket knives and little toys, so that anybody who wanted to buy something, it would be like going to a little shop. But they go up and down the lanes of the villages and go from village to village, driving their wagon. And people would come to the door and they would say, do you have any tin you want to trade? And if they had tin, sometimes they'd get a penny for it. Or if they had a pot that had a hole in it, he would buy it from them for a few tuppence, just a little bit, not even a penny. And then he would fix it and repair it. So that man came by the cottage where Martha was visiting her mother and her brothers and sisters. And when Martha's mother heard about Mary, the little girl, Mary Lennox, who was all thin and hardly ate anything, and who was sad and lonely and depressed, who didn't have a proper mother taking care of her, who was way too bossy because she was raised by servants, you know what she did? She asked Martha if she could use just one tuppence of her wages to buy a skipping rope for Mary. Can you believe it? That's how kind and selfless they were. Martha hardly made any money at all, worked all month and hardly made any money, and she gave it over to her mother. And here they go and use a little money to buy a skipping rope. So when Martha went back to Misselthwaite Manor for a surprise, she gave Mary that skipping rope, and she taught Mary how to jump rope. Now a jump rope is a handle and another handle, and it's got a rope on it. You hang on to it, and girls and boys jump on them. Mostly in the Victorian era, girls did it, but nowadays people at gyms do it to keep in shape. It's a really good way to get in shape, which reminds me that might be a good way for me to get my legs back in shape. They gave me a bunch of medicine that made my muscle get flaccid so that they can um, make this blood clot that's in my leg get smaller. I have a blood clot from being in an accident, but I'm going to be okay because God's healing me. Anyway, sometimes when you see boxers at the gym, they'll be jumping rope. Lots of grown men jump rope because it's really good for your breathing and for your legs. And Martha's mother knew that. So Martha's mother gave Mary a jump rope, and Mary started going outside and jumping and jumping and jumping and practicing. And you know what started happening? Mary started getting more and more healthy because she started jumping and she got hungry. And then she started eating the food that was for her meal, and she started sleeping better. And then she was playing out on the moor, playing out in the garden, and she started getting more and more healthy. Oh, it's so good. Martha had such a good effect on Mary. It's a very happy story. Mary started to feel in her heart like she liked Martha. Mary had never liked anybody before. And then Mary met the head gardener, Ben Weatherstaff, and Mary started to like him. And then Mary met a little robin a little robin. You want to see him? There he is. There's the little robin. Let me see if I can find another picture of the little robin. Mary met the little robin, and she started to like him. So right away, Martha had a really good effect on Mary. Mary started to like people. Mary started to smile. Mary started to feel excited, and she wanted to do something. As soon as she heard, here's our friend, the little robin. See how he has a little red breast? There he is. He's sitting on the wall, on a tree branch that's on a wall. See his little red breast? Mary met the little robin, And the robin was the head gardener's friend. And do you know what happened? It's a happy story. Mary heard the robin singing, and it made something twitter inside her breast. In her heart of hearts, she felt a stirring. She didn't know what it was, but you know what it was? It was love. She started to feel love in her heart for the robin. She started to feel love in her heart for Martha. Yeah, she started to be a little bit happy and smile a little bit. And she noticed something for the first time in her life. She noticed. Oh, it's very exciting what she noticed. She noticed that if she smiled at somebody, they were kind to her. And she noticed that she liked it when people smiled at her. Yeah. So that little robin did an amazing thing. That little robin came to the garden, and let me see if I can find you the picture of our friend Ben Weatherstaff, because he was the gardener, and he was digging in the garden, and he made friends with Mary. He was very grumpy too. Here's a picture of him. And there's our robin. Can you see the gardens in the background? Look at those walls. Those are the walls of the house, but the gardens are inside the walls of the house in the courtyard. So can you see the little robin? The robin talks to Ben Weatherstaff, the head gardener, and the robin likes Mary. The robin had never seen a little girl before. So do you know what happened? Mary started to feel happy. She started to do things like secretly exploring the house, and she found a cabinet, and it was full of ivory carved elephants. And she went in there and played with them. You know, Mary's used to being the boss. Wherever she lives, she was always the boss, and all the servants had to do what she wanted. So it didn't occur to Mary that she shouldn't be snooping around. It didn't occur to Mary because her whole life, all of the servants did whatever she wanted. Well, one day something very exciting happened. Mary was playing in the garden. She was playing in the vegetable gardens and in the orchard. She was running back and forth on the path. And the little bird came and sang to her. And she made friends with him. And then you know what the little bird did? The little bird pecked at the ground until he showed Mary a key. First, Mary thought it was a ring, and she picked it up. It was a key. Here's the picture of Mary with the key. Do you see her? She's so excited. She's smiling. She's amused. She can't believe it. It's a key. And so she put the key in her pocket, and she wondered, is this the key that Archibald Craven, her uncle, buried in the garden? Well, something very sad happened. Long ago, Archibald Craven's wife, he and his wife were so happy, and they were so happy, and they played in the garden together, and they made the garden so beautiful, and nobody could come into the garden but them. So it was their special garden, their special place, and they would have picnics there, and they would read books there, and they would swing on a swing there. And we don't know why, but something happened, And different people in this story make up different stories. And you know how it is when you know something happened, but you don't know why it happened. So sometimes people make up stories about it. Well, some of the servants tell the story that there was a beautiful swing on a branch, and that Mrs. Craven was sitting on the branch on the swing, and the swing fell and she died. But nobody really knows what happened because they all tell different stories. Well, you're trying to figure out what happened. Mary's just hearing rumors. Those are called rumors when people make up different stories. Don't you listen to rumors. You look for the truth. Yeah. Well, here's a picture that I have to show you. It's of Mary sitting in her little room. She had a big room, actually. And there is Martha, the maid, showing her how to use the jump rope. So Mary's learning by watching. Martha's such a good friend. Martha's such a good girl. She's teaching Mary to jump rope. So Mary would go out and she would jump rope. And you know what happened? She started to figure out that the gardens, the inside area of the garden, the inside area of the courtyard, there should be more room. And the little bird sat on a branch way up high, and it was singing, and she followed him. And when she followed him, he went down to some of the branches of the ivy. Have you ever seen English ivy? English ivy is kind of a heart-shaped leaf, and it grows on trindles. And here it is, very thick, and it was covering up the door to the secret garden. And the bird got on the ivy, and the wind blew the ivy away for a moment, and Mary could see the door. And she put her key in the lock and turned it and opened the door. And you know what was inside? The secret garden. So I'm going to show you the picture of Mary in the secret garden, okay? There's the secret garden, and it's all overgrown. See how everything is overgrown? Everything is overgrown. So it's very beautiful. Did I show it to you long enough? Maybe I didn't show you long enough. Everything's overgrown because it's been locked up for 10 years. Because Mary's uncle, Archibald Craven, was so sad. He was so sad after his wife died that he didn't know what to do with his grief. So he locked the garden, and he dug a hole and he buried the key. And he's been so sad he's never gone in the garden. Since for 10 whole years, nobody's been in the garden. It's all overgrown. Well, Mary found the garden. She looked both ways and there was nobody there. So she shut the door, put the key in her pocket. She was very quiet. She walked around. She looked at everything. It was very different than the gardens that she was used to in India. Yeah, it was very different. But you know, God is so good. Sometimes He lets things happen and we didn't know why. Let me say hi really quick in the comments. Well, here's the secret. I'm telling you the secret behind the secret garden. Finally, I found the name to a song that has been on my mind. It says, Winsome Cat. Oh, that's good. Did you know that you can Google part of a song and Google will find it now? They have all the songs. I was looking for a song a couple of months ago, But here's something funny that happened. I was looking for a song. I could only remember 3 words, and I put it in Google, and they have lyrics, song lyrics, and they found the song for me. And now there's like 5 or 6 or 7 different. There's 3 that are Christian, and then the rest of them are like country, western, popular, all different kinds of songs. They're databases now, and they're every day somebody enters more songs in the database. But that's a good feeling when you remember a song, isn't it? All the time lately. IGTG for a moment, unpack, and I don't know what IGTG, and I'll be right back. I got to go. Okay, I'm not going to jump up and down, but Jeannie just learned another acronym. Hi, Elena. Hello. Elena, you have a beautiful name. We're reading The Secret Garden, and I was just checking my chat, but we're reading The Secret Garden. I want to show you a picture of Mary Lennox and Martha. Martha's over here, the maid. And if you look up on the wall, there's a picture of the Last Supper by Michelangelo. Michael, yeah. Anyway, they're having tea, or maybe they're having their lunch, I don't know, or their dinner. But Martha was really a good person, and she helped Mary. And the little bird led Mary to the secret garden. So the reason there's a secret in the garden is because the garden is all locked up. Let's see. The garden's all locked up. Here we go. We're going to read some more of The Secret Garden. The garden's all locked up. Yep. It's been all locked up for 10 years because Archibald Craven is so sad. He's so sad that his wife died, that he couldn't bear to look at the garden. You know, sometimes that happens to people. They have a love, someone they love, and they die, and so they lock up their bedroom and don't go in it anymore. It's kind of like that. He lost his wife, and so he was so sad. He just locked up the door. Well, what I'm doing is I'm telling us the story up until we get to where we're at, and then I'm going to read it out loud. I'm glad you can join us. Say hi in the comments. Hi. I'm so glad you're here. So the little bird was very clever. He showed Mary the key, and he showed Mary where the door was. Isn't that amazing? And Mary went inside, and she started working in the garden right away. She started unburying the bulbs so the bulbs could crack through the ground. She started using her hand, and she got a piece of wood. She started unburying around the bulbs so the bulbs could come up, because the grass had grown up so tight around them they couldn't come up. So Mary started working in the garden, and oh, when she got done, all this time had gone by. It was time for lunch, and she had to go back. So she went into the house and had lunch. And then as soon as she was done with lunch, she went running back to the garden. It was a good day. And when she was all finished, she came back for her supper. She was so tired, she ate her supper and she went to bed. But Martha noticed Mary had bright, cheery cheeks, and she was looking happier. And Mary was also sleeping better, and she started to feel happy. She realized she loved Martha, and she loved the little bird, and she really liked been Weatherstaff, the gardener. Mm. So there were lots of happy things that happened. Mm. Mm. Lots of happy things that happened. Mm. Well, then something really exciting happened. Mary liked to hear the stories that Martha, the scully maid, would tell her. Martha lived in a house, a little cottage on the moor with her brothers and sisters, and she had a brother named Dickon, and he loved animals, and the animals loved Dickon, and he could keep a secret. He never told people where the foxes had their dens. He never told people where the robins' nests were. He kept it all a secret. He can keep a good secret. So Martha helped Mary write a letter. Mary wrote the letter and Martha dictated the letter, and they asked Dickon to go to the market and buy some seeds for flowers, to buy a little hoe, to buy a little rake, to buy a little spade, some gardening tools with the money that Mary's uncle gave her. So that's what he did. They wrote the letter and they put the money in the envelope and gave it to the butcher to take, the butcher's helper, to take to Dickon. And the very next day, Dickon came back with packages of seeds and with a shovel and with a spade and with a hoe and with a rake and a trowel, everything that they would need to make a garden. So then Mary was out playing. She was playing down the lane, and there was a big fence around the garden. Can you see Mary? She's out there. Can you see her? Can you see these? There's Mary. There's the hedges. They had big hedges. And she was running and skipping with her rope. And you know what happened? Mary started to get happy from all that exercise, all that time that she had. Mary started to feel more happy. Mary started to feel so happy, and she started to get stronger. Her lungs got stronger and her breath got stronger, and she could run and jump, and she started to feel happy. Well, she went around the corner, and who does she see but a little boy? There he is. Do you see the trees with the bunnies and the birds? There he is, sitting by a tree. Let's see if I can make it so you can see him. There he is with the bunnies, and he was playing his flute, a little whistle that he had carved, and the animals were quiet and they were coming up to him. You see that? You can see the trees, and over here is a bird hiding, and over here are some bunnies that are listening. And they're in the tree. Do you see up above Dickon's head? Do you see? Well, that was pretty exciting, wasn't it? It was pretty exciting what was happening. Mary had never seen anything like that. Here's Dickon, all the animals in the forest. Hi, dear one. I'm updating everybody about the story. I'm so glad you could come here. We're telling the story of the secret garden. So Mary met Dickon, and they became fast friends. All the animals love Dickon. He is a kind young man. He's respectful to people, and he's respectful to animals. And he can talk to the animals, and the animals listen. Mm, it's pretty exciting. So Mary heard lots of stories about Dickon. Do you know why? Because Dickon is Martha's brother. So Martha told her lots of good stories about Dickon that were true, about how he knew where the foxes made their dens, how he knew where the bunnies were sleeping, and how all the animals were kind to him. Mm. He was a very kind young man. And Mary decided to trust him with her secret garden. And so here's a picture of Mary and Dickon getting ready to go inside the secret garden. There they are. Can you see them? Mary had to pull back the vines to reveal the door. And they quietly went inside the secret garden. And Dickon showed her all the things that they could do, all the ways to unbury the rose bushes and how to dig by them to give them more good rich soil, and how to take the weeds away from the flowers before the bulbs were blooming. When the bulbs were just inching up a little bit, they took the dirt away or the weeds away, and they worked together in the secret garden. Mary was so happy because Dickon knows all about growing things. She was so worried. She thought maybe the roses were dead. But Dickon looked and he said, no, they're wick. Wick means they're alive. And here's a picture of Mary and Dickon working together in the secret garden. Do you see she's got that spade there? Or maybe it's a fork. It's hard to tell from where I'm at. But maybe it's a fork. But those are the tools that Dickon had went to pick up for her. Remember, Martha asked if they would go and buy some tools. There they are working together looking at a standard rose tree. So Dickon and Mary had so much fun in the secret garden. They were working together to bring the garden back to life. That's what they were doing. They were working together, both of them working together kindly. And they brought the garden, bringing the garden back to life. It was very, they were working together, very kind with one another. And Dickon was so happy to befriend Mary, and Mary was so happy to befriend Dickon. And Mary realized she liked Martha, and she liked Ben Weatherstaff, and she liked the little bird, and now she liked Dickon. 4 people that she liked made her feel so happy. And this is one of the first times in her whole life. She's 10 years old now, and this is the first time in her whole life that she's been happy. So, it's a good story. And then something really exciting happened. She got to meet with her uncle, Archibald Craven, and she asked him if she might have a little bit of earth. And he told her she could take a little garden anywhere she wanted. And she asked many times, and he told her, it's okay, you can't do any harm. You're just a little girl. You can take a bit of earth from wherever you want. Here's a picture of Archibald Craven. There he is, Mary's uncle. He's in his den with all of his special objects, sitting in his chair, and he's talking to Mary. And Mary looked at him and she realized he was very sad. And Mary starts to realize that he's sad like she used to be sad. Hi, dear one, welcome. I'm so glad you're here. We're reading The Secret Garden by Frances Hodgson Burnett. And we're talking about that. We're looking at the pictures, and I'm telling this story because we're going to start reading in just a few minutes. There was a sound that Mary heard quite a bit, and it was crying. And she heard crying, and everybody told her it was just the wind, but Mary's heart, she knew it was a person crying. And so one night she decided to go exploring, and you know what happened? She found a room with a little boy in it, and his name is Colin. And it turns out that Colin is the son of Archibald Craven. And he is sickly, and he's never left his room. So he's there in the room, and at night he cries. So Mary sits with him and tells him stories and makes friends with him. And she even sings him to sleep with the same song that her nanny sang her to sleep. And so they make friends. And that's the last thing that happened. Let me show you him again. He's very pale. His name is Colin. He's very pale. He's very sickly. Do you see him? He's the son of Archibald Craven. And he doesn't know about Mary. And Mary didn't know about him. They were both surprised. But they made fast friends. And Mary told him stories and helped him fall asleep. And she sang to him. And then she snuck back to her room. So that's where we are now in the story. So I'm excited to tell you the rest of the story. I'm excited to read it to you. Let's see if we can look really quick in the comments. Let's see if we can look. Hi! Hi, Gamwillow! Hi, Gamwillow! It's so good to see you! Oh, hi, Gamwillow! I'm so happy you're here. I just gave everybody an update about The Secret Garden. I'm reading The Secret Garden book. So what I did was, we're on chapter 14, and so I just went through and gave everybody an update of the whole book. So I'm sorry you missed it. But basically what just happened in the last chapter, I don't know if you know this story of The Secret Garden, but Mary has found the key. The little bird showed her the key and showed her the way. And at night, in the nighttime, she heard crying. And she followed with her little lamp. She brought a little candle. And she followed the crying, and she's found Colin, who's the little boy in this bed. Do you see him? He's very white. He's very pale, very sickly. And Mary and Colin made friends. They're fast friends. They've made friends now. So you know what? I'm going to read you what happens next. But they have not told anybody that they're friends. They haven't told the maids that they're friends. Everybody at the house, all the servants know about Colin, but they're not supposed to talk about him. They're not supposed to tell any stories. So there's lots of rumors about him. There's lots of rumors about the garden. There's lots of rumors about how his mama died. And Mary finds out that his mama died in childbirth. And so it makes her uncle, the boy's daddy, he's so sad. He's grieving. And you know what? I'm a hospice nurse. I do a lot of different jobs. But one of the jobs I did for many years is being a hospice nurse. And sometimes when people grieve, when they lose a loved one, they get stuck in their grief. And this is a story about Archibald Craven being stuck in his grief because he lost his wife that he loved so much, and he didn't know how to process it. So he just locked up the garden that she loved, and his little boy's sick and he doesn't know how to process it. So he just leaves the little boy alone in his room and lets the nurses take care of him. And he's so sad. He doesn't know what to do. He's stuck in his grief. Sometimes that happens. Doesn't matter. It is very sad, Clan Widow. So let's see, because this story, that's the sad part, but there's a happy ending coming because it's a picture of how to process grief. So some exciting things are happening. So, have you heard? Tell me in the comments, Scam Widow, if you've heard this story before. If you've heard the story of the secret garden, have you heard before? Because we're going to go ahead and start reading. Okay? I'm going to start reading. This chapter is chapter 14, and it's A Young Raja. Chapter 14. The moor was hidden in a mist when the morning came, and the rain had not stopped pouring down. There could be no going out of doors. Martha was so busy that Mary had no opportunity of talking to her. But in the afternoon, she asked Martha to come and sit with her in the nursery. Martha came, bringing the stocking she was always knitting when she was doing nothing else. Here's a picture. Here's a picture of Mary looking out the window, big window. And it's so misty, she can't even see the gardens or the moor. So misty with the rain. It rains like that where I live too. People always say, this is the closest thing to England that you can get. Let's see, I'm going to say hi. Oh, she says, I don't think I have Rochi's main account got deleted. Oh my goodness, no. Oh no. You know what, dear one? When I go off, I'll try to leave a message. Did you see, the day that Juanita came back? I don't know what it's called, so you're gonna have to just think about this, but when somebody has a YouTube channel and they can leave a quote or a message for their followers? Well, one day, the day before, the day that Juanita came back, the day before she came back, I was looking at that messages, and I was just scrolling in my YouTube of all the messages that people that I subscribe to leave, and that was like the first time I found it. And there was a picture of Rochi with the face blacked out, but it had long hair, and the hair was really poofy, and it said something like, I have fluffy hair, or I have poofy hair, I forget. And I realized it was Rochi, because I had never seen that you could leave messages on YouTube before. So I went to the messages and said, I have naturally curly hair, and my hair gets floofy too. If I comb my hair out, it looks like it's down to here. It's really floofy. And then Rochi and I talked in the comments, right? There was a comment left while I was talking to Rochi, and it was from Juanita. And I was so excited because we hadn't seen Anita for like 5 or 6 days. And it was at 4 in the morning, and I left a message under Juanita's comment and said, "Hi, Juanita, I miss you, I love you," that kind of stuff. And then Juanita and I talked in the comments. So I wonder, can we go check? Do you know how to check what that is? Because I think that Rochi had 2 accounts, because when I was at 48 subscribers, I needed 2 more subscribers to be able to um, do YouTube. I needed 50 subscribers to live stream, and Rochi subscribed twice with 2 of her accounts. Oh, now this makes me feel sad, because last night, every night, whenever I get ready to write down, I make a little sheet and I write the details about what I do for this video, so that when I figure out how to write the comments for the videos, the titles, I can do that, right? So I know what to say. So I usually say at the beginning of the stream how many people are subscribed. So I had 89 subscribers yesterday, and then I did my stream, and then I had 97. But today, last night I had 97, but today when I woke up, I had 95 subscribers. So that means 2 people unsubscribed. I'm hoping that Rochi didn't just delete both of her accounts. I'm hoping that that's just a coincidence. So do you know how to check? Like, I'm gonna have to look through all the people who've subscribed and see if I can see Rochi, because I don't know how else to get a hold of her. Let's see what you say. Rochi's main account got deleted. Gasp, yeah, they have 2 accounts. Well, maybe maybe they are maybe they are gonna change the name of their YouTube channel or do something like that, because you know how I'm kind of surprised at how many times like when we go to Chris Knits, Rochi changes the name a lot, and there's other people that change their name a lot, but they always, like Rochi always has Rochi or Roach. You know what I mean? There's all these different names that they use. Like, I can't keep it straight. Like, one week it'll be a depressed roach, one week it'll be a taken roach, one week it'll be something else. You know what I mean? I don't know if that's just what is cool to do, like if that's something that people do because it's cool, or if they want to, if they have an account for every one of those names, is what I'm trying to say. I better get some water to drink before I read some more. Well, Gamwillow, if you have a way, she says they have 2 accounts. Rochi's main account got deleted. I think Winsome Cat has a headache, honey, so I think she was gonna just lay down for a little while. Maybe we can figure out what's going on when we go to Chris Knits. Chris hurt her arm, so I don't know how much she's gonna live stream. Well, how about if we say a prayer for Rochi, okay, Gamwello? Let's just stop and say a prayer for Rochi. Yeah. And while we're at it, we should say one for Chris, too. Dear Lord, please bless Rochi Surround and protect her. Be with her. We love her. Help her know how much we love her. Help her know how much we miss her. Bring her back to us. Show us a way to send a message to her. I ask this in Jesus' name, that you show her how much we love her. In Jesus' name, amen. And dear God, please bless Chris Knits and heal her arm, Lord. Heal her arm and her tendonitis or whatever it is that's causing pain. I just ask that you would touch her, give her a special touch and heal her so that she can do the things she loves, like work with the children and catch and play and use her hands to make beautiful crochet and beautiful knitting, and heal her so that she can type. And I ask this in Jesus' name, amen. Oh, Rochi. Oh, Rochi, I'm so happy you're here. Oh, I'm gonna cry. Oh, I'm so happy you're here. Oh, we're happy you're here, Rochi. Thank you for coming. You know what? We just prayed for you. I'm so happy you're here. Hit like and subscribe, okay? I'm trying to get used to doing that. I know you probably already subscribed, but I need to try to remember to tell people. You know what I'm doing? I'm reading The Secret Garden, and this is a really exciting part of it. I just gave everybody a huge, what's it called? I'm going to read a channel. I did, Gam. I see you here. I just gave everybody a huge synopsis of what happened. So I'm going to read for a little bit so we have time to quit to go to Chris's live, okay? So Chris's live's in an hour. So I'm going to read for a little bit. A young Raja. The moor was hidden in a mist when the morning came, and the rain had not stopped pouring down. There could be no going out of doors today. Martha was so busy that Mary had no opportunity of talking to her. But, what? Okay, hang on. Peeps is worried about you, Rochi. Hi, Rochi. Hi, Gam Willow. I love you. Okay. Okay. So here we are. We're going to start reading again. A young Raja. The moor was hidden in a mist when the morning came, and the rain had not stopped pouring down. There could be no going out of doors today. Martha was so busy that Mary had no opportunity of talking to her. But in the afternoon she asked her to come and sit with her in the nursery. She came, bringing the stocking that she was always knitting when she was doing nothing else. Let's see. Here's a picture of Mary sitting with her maid, Martha, for tea. What's the matter with thee? She asked as soon as they sat down. Thou looks as though thou hast something to say. I found out what the crying was, said Mary. Martha let her knitting drop on her knee and gazed at her with startled eyes. Thou hasn't, she exclaimed. Nether. I heard it in the night, Mary went on, and I got up and I went to see where it came from. It was Colin. I found him. Martha's face became red with fright. Aye, Miss Mary, she said, half crying. Thou shouldn't have done that. Thou shouldn't have. They'll get me into trouble. I never told the nothing about him, and they'll get me into trouble. I shall lose my place, and then what will mother do? I'll lose it. I'll lose my job. You won't lose your place, said Mary. He was glad I came. We talked and talked, and he said he was glad I came. Was he? Cried Martha. Art thou art thou sure? Thou doesn't know what he's like when anything vexes him. He's a big lad to cry like a baby, but when he's in a passion, he'll fair scream just to frighten us. He knows us, dare us call our souls our own. He wasn't vexed at all, said Mary. I asked him if I should go away, and he made me stay. Hi, I love you. Good to see you. Hi, everybody. Hi, Go to God Daily. I'm so glad you're here. Hmm. Hi, Winsome. Welcome back. So good to see you. We're reading The Secret Garden, and we gave a synopsis earlier. So right now, we're on the chapter called The Young Raja. And what has happened, just to update you, is Mary Lennox lives in this big old house with all these rooms, and she has found a key to a secret garden. And she unlocked the door. The bird helped her find the door and the key. And now, the night before, all these nights, she keeps hearing someone crying, and everyone gaslights her and tells her that it's just the wind. But in the middle of the night, she goes searching, and she finds Colin in a bedroom all by himself, and he's never left the bedroom. And he's her cousin, her uncle's boy. And her uncle is so sad that he's stuck in his grief. And Colin is sad because he's sickly and he thinks he's going to die. And Mary spends the night talking to him, and they make friends. And Mary is so happy to find him, and he's so happy to find Mary. And so now we're going to see what happens next, because here is Martha, the maid, and she takes care of Colin. She's very worried that Mary's going to get her fired. So here we are. Hmm. Hmm. Let's see what she says. She says, I woke up super early and for a retreat. I'm sleepy now. I'm asking the Lord to let me hear what I need to know and rest in Him. Mm, that's wonderful. Well, lay down and close your eyes. Get your pillow all mushy. Get your covers all cozy. And you can listen to me read. Mm. So the moor is all rainy. So Mary's not going to be able to go out to the garden, so she's disappointed. So she doesn't know what to do. And Martha's been busy all day. Martha does all these jobs. Mary has no idea. Martha takes care of Colin, and she takes care of Mary. She's running back and forth between the two of them, and they're both kind of demanding. And she has to work every day of the month. She only gets one day off. And when she gets her one day off, she goes home to her cottage with the 14 children, And she helps her mother do all the laundry and all the baking. She's a good daughter. She's a good maid, and she's a good friend. And she's been the best thing for Mary. She's helped Mary get healed. Mary's in the process of healing. God is healing her. So let's see what happens. She says, I have, what's the matter with thee? Martha asked as soon as they sat down for tea. Let's look at a picture of Martha and Mary sitting down for tea. Because one thing that's nice is sometimes to have a picture in your mind of somebody. Let's see if I can find it. Come on, find the picture. There they are. Here's Martha, the maid. She's got bright rosy cheeks. Can you see them? She's really sweet and kind. And there's Mary. And they're sitting down for tea in Mary's sitting room. Do you see that up there? That's the picture that is the Last Supper. The lady that wrote this book was a born-again Christian. You know what she did? She put the gospel hidden in it. It's all an analogy for the Lord. So here we go, and I'll read it to you. What's the matter with thee? She asked as soon as they sat down. That looks as if you've got something to say. I have, said Mary. Well, what is it now? What's the matter with thee? I found out what the crying was, said Mary. Martha let her knitting drop to the ground. On her knee, she was knitting a stocking, and she just let it drop. As soon as she heard that, and she gazed at her with startled eyes. Thou hasn't, she exclaimed. Never! I heard it in the night, Mary went on, and I got up and I went to see where it came from. It was Colin. I found him. Martha's face became red with fright. Oh, no, Mary, Miss Mary, she said, half crying. Thou shouldn't have done that. Thou shouldn't have. I'll get me in trouble. He'll get me in trouble. I never told thee nothing about him. And that'll get me in trouble. I shall lose my place. And what'll mother do? You won't lose your place, said Mary. He was glad I came. We talked and we talked, and he said he was glad that I came. Was he now? Cried Mary. Art thou sure? Cried Martha, I mean. Art thou sure? Thou doesn't know what he's like when everything vexes him. He's a big lad to cry like a baby, but when he's in a passion, he'll fall screaming just to frighten us. He knows us. He knows. He dare not call our souls are our own. In other words, what she's saying is he knows that we don't even own our own souls because they work all the time. And if he isn't happy with them, she'll lose her job and she won't be able to pay, her mother won't be able to pay the rent on their cottage. So it's life or death for Martha. And Mary doesn't understand because she's so rich. She's never wanted for anything. He wasn't vexed, said Mary. I asked him if I should go away, and he made me stay. He asked me questions, and I sat on a big footstool and talked to him about India and about the robin and the gardens. He wouldn't let me go. He let me see his mother's picture before I left him. I sang him to sleep, said Mary. Martha fairly gasped with amazement. Here's a picture of Mary looking out the window before Martha got there. It's all rainy. She's sad because she's not going to be able to go outside and play. I can scarcely believe thee, Martha protested. It's as if thou's walked straight into a lion's den. If he'd been like he is most times, he'd have thrown himself into one of his tantrums and roused the whole house. He won't let strangers even look at him. Well, he let me look at him, said Mary. I looked at him all the time, and he looked at me, and we stared at each other, said Mary. I don't know what to do now, said Martha. Martha started crying, agitated. If Miss Medlock finds out, she'll think I broke orders and told thee about him, and I shall be packed back to mother. He is not going to tell Mrs. Medlock anything about it yet. It's to be a sort of a secret just at first, said Mary firmly. And he says everybody is obliged to do as he pleases. Aye, that's true enough, the bad lad, sighed Mary, wiping her tears and her forehead with her apron. He says Mrs. Medlock must, and he wants me to come and talk to him every day, and you are to tell me when he wants me. Me, Martha said. I shall lose my place. I shall for sure. You can't if you are doing what he wants you to do, and everybody is ordered to obey him, Mary argued. Does that mean to say, cried Martha, with wide open eyes, that he was nice to thee? I think he almost liked me, Mary answered. Then thou must have bewitched him, cried Martha, drawing a long breath. Do you mean magic? Quivered Mary. I've heard about magic in India, but I can't make any of it. I just went into his room, and I was so surprised to see him, and he was so surprised to see me. And I was so surprised to see him, I stood and stared. And he turned around and stared at me. And he thought I was a ghost or a dream, and I thought perhaps he was. And it was so strange being there alone together in the middle of the night and not knowing about each other. And we began to ask each other questions. And when I asked him if I must go away, he said I must not. What's the world coming to? The world's coming to an end, gasped Martha. What is the matter with him? Asked Mary. Nobody knows. For sure, I'm certain, said Martha. Mr. Craven went off his head like when he was born. The doctors thought he'd have to be put in an asylum. It was because Mrs. Craven died, like I told you. He wouldn't even set eyes on the baby. He just raved and ranted and said it'd be another hunchback like him and it'd better die. Is Colin a hunchback? Asked Mary. He didn't look like one to me. He isn't yet, said Martha. But he began all wrong. Mother said that there was enough trouble raging in the house to set any child wrong. They was afraid of his back. They was afraid his back was weak, and they've always been taking care of it, keeping him lying down and not letting him walk. Once they made him wear a brace, a big iron fretful brace it was, but he fretted so he was downright ill. Then a big doctor came to see him and made him take it off. He talking to the other doctor quite rough too. I was there. In a polite way, he said they'd been too much medicine and too much letting him have his own way. I heard it myself with my own ears. I think he's a very spoiled boy, said Mary. He's the worst young not as ever there was, said Martha. I won't say as hasn't been ill a good bit. He's been having coughs and colds that nearly killed him 2 or 3 times. Once he had rheumatic fever, and once he had typhoid. I, Mrs. Madlock did get a fright then. He'd been out of his head with a fever, and he was talking to the nurse, thinking he didn't know nothing, and she said he'll die this time for sure, and best thing for him and for everybody else. And the boy heard her, and she looked at him, and there he was, with his big eyes open, staring at her as sensible as she was herself. She didn't know what had happened, but he just stared at her and says, "You gave me some water," and stopped talking. Do you think he will die? Asked Mary. Mother says there's no reason why any child should live that gets no fresh air and doesn't do nothing but lie on his back and read picture books and take medicine. He's weak, and he hates the trouble all being taken care of out of doors. He won't go out of doors. He won't be taken out of doors for no one, and he gets cold so easily he says it makes him ill. Mary sat and looked at the fire. I wonder, she said slowly, I wonder if it would not do him good to go out into a garden and watch things growing. It did me good. One of the worst fits he ever had, said Martha, was one time they took him out where the roses is by the fountain, and he began reading in a paper about people getting something he called rose gold. And he began to sneeze, and he said he'd a got it. He'd gotten rose gold. And then a new gardener as didn't know the rules passed and looked at him, curious. He threw himself into a passion, and he said he looked at him because he was going to be a hunchback. He cried himself into a fever and was ill all night. Well, if he ever gets angry at me, I'll never go and see him again, said Mary. He'd have thee if he wants thee, said Martha. That may as well know that at the start. Very soon afterwards, a bell rang, and she rolled up her knitting. I dare say the nurse wants me to stay with him a bit, she said. I hope he's in a good temper. She was out of the room about 10 minutes, and then she came back with a puzzled expression. Well, it's through. Thou hast bewitched him. He's up on his sofa with his picture books. He's told the nurse to stay away until 6 o'clock. I'm to wait in the next room. The minute she was gone, he called me to him, and he says, I want Mary Lennox to come and talk to me. And remember, you are not to tell anyone. You'd better go as quick as you can and fetch her for me. Mary was quite willing to go quickly. She did not want to see Colin as much as she wanted to see Dickon. but she wanted to see him very much. So poor Mary hasn't had any friends or anyone to play with ever. And so, in a way, she's both fascinated and repulsed by him. Mm, mm, mm. Just checking to make sure everybody's okay in the comments. There was a bright fire on the hearth when she entered into Colin's room, and in the daylight she saw it was a very beautiful room indeed. There were rich colors in the rugs and hangings, and pictures and books on the walls, which made it look glowing and comfortable, even in spite of the gray sky and falling rain. Colin looked rather like a picture himself. He was wrapped in a velvet dressing gown and sat against a big brocade cushion. He had a red spot on each cheek. He had rosy red cheeks. "Come in," he said. "I've been thinking about you all morning." "I've been thinking about you too," answered Mary. "You don't know how frightened Martha is. She says Mrs. Medlock will think she told me about you, and then she will be sent away and lose her place." He frowned. "Go and tell her to come here," he said. "She is in the next room." Mary went and brought her back. Poor Martha was shaking in her shoes. Colin was still frowning. "Have you to do what I please, or have you not?" he demanded. "I have to do what you please, sir." "I have to do what you please, sir," Martha faltered, turning quite red. "Has Medlock to do what I please?" "Everybody has to, sir," Martha said. "Well then, if I order you to bring Miss Mary to me, how can Medlock send you away if she finds it out?" "Please don't let her find out, sir," pleaded Mary. "I'll send her away if she dares to say a word about such a thing," said Master Craven grandly. "She wouldn't like that, I can tell you." "Thank you, sir," bobbing a curtsy. "I want to do my duty, sir," bobbing a curtsy, said Martha. "What I want is your duty," said Colin, more grandly still. "I'll take care of you. Now go away." My goodness, he is kind of full of himself, I think. Hmm. See what my dear ones say. Hmm. Hmm. When the door closed behind Martha, Colin found Mistress Mary gazing at him as if he had set her wondering. "Why do you look at me like that?" he asked her. "What are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking about two things," said Mary. "What are they?" "Sit down and tell me," said Colin. "This is the first one," said Mary, seating herself on the big stool. "Once in India, I saw a boy who was a Rajah. He had rubies and emeralds and diamonds stuck all over him. He spoke to his people just as you spoke to Martha. Everybody had to do everything he said. Every single thing he told them they had to obey. In a minute, I think they would have been killed if they hadn't. I shall make you tell me about Rajas presently," he said. "But first tell me, what was the second thing that you were thinking of?" "I was thinking," said Mary, "how different you are from Dickon." "Who is Dickon?" he said. "What a queer name." She might as well tell him, she thought. She could talk about Dickon without mentioning the secret garden. She had liked to hear Martha talk about him. Besides, she longed to talk about him. It would seem to bring him nearer to her. Dickon is Martha's brother. He is 12 years old. He is not like anyone else in the world, she explained. He can charm foxes and squirrels and birds, just as the natives in India charm snakes. He plays a very soft tune on a pipe, and they come around and listen. There were some big books on a table at his bedside, and he dragged one suddenly towards him. There is a picture in this book of a snake charmer, he exclaimed. Come look at it with me. The book was a beautiful one with superb colored illustrations, and he turned to one of them. Can he do that? He asked eagerly. He plays on his pipe, and they listened, Mary exclaimed. But he doesn't call it magic. He says it's because he lives on the moor so much, and he knows their ways. He says he feels sometimes as if he was a bird or a rabbit himself. He likes them. So I think he asks the robin questions. It seems as if they like, it seems as if they talk to each other in soft chirps. Mm. Colin lay back on his cushion, and his eyes grew larger. Mm. His eyes grew larger and larger, and the spot on his cheeks burned. Tell me some more about him, he said. He knows all about eggs and nests, Mary went on, and he knows where foxes and badgers and otters live. He keeps them secret so that the other boys won't find their holes and frighten them. He knows about everything that grows or lives on the moor. Does he like the moor? Asked Colin. How can he when it's such a great, bare, dreary place? Well, to Colin, the moor is the most beautiful place in the whole world, protested Mary. Thousands of lovely things grow on it, and there are thousands of little creatures all busily building nests and making holes and burrows and chirping or singing or squeaking to each other. They are so busy and having such fun under the earth or in the trees or heather. It's their world. How do you know all that? Said Colin, turning to look at her. I have never been there once, really, said Mary, suddenly remembering. I only drove over it in the dark. I thought it was a hideous place in the dark. Martha told me about it first, and then Dickon. When Dickon talks about the moor, you feel as if you saw things and heard them, and this as if you were standing in the heather with the sun shining and the grass smelling like honey and all full of bees and butterflies. You never see anything if you are ill, said Colin restlessly. He looked like a person listening to a new sound in the distance and wondering what it was. You can't if you stay in a room, said Mary. I couldn't go on the moor, he said in a resentful tone. Mary was silent for a minute, and then she said something bold. You might sometime. He moved as if he were startled. Go on the moor? How could I? I'm going to die. How do you know? Said Mary, unsympathetically. She didn't like the way he had of talking about dying. She did not feel very sympathetic towards him. She felt rather as if he were boasting about it. Now here's a picture of Colin. There's a colored picture. Can you see it? He's very stately, sitting with all of his picture books on his cushion. He's like a little Raja. He's used to being in control, and he's very spoiled. Kind of like Mary was, huh, when she first came. So, Mary, you know what they say in America, takes one to know one. Oh, dear one, winsome cat, you go get some sleep, dear one. Your head is hurting. You lay down, put a pad of maybe a warm cloth, washcloth, or a cool washcloth on your eyes, whichever feels best, and get your pillow all cozy, and get your covers just right, and just lay still and try to sleep. Maybe have a tiny pinch of salt and a little drink of water. Try to sleep, dear one. I love you. I hope you get some sleep. I'm going to keep reading. Aren't the drawings beautiful? They do a fine job. These drawings are by Graham Rust. R-U-S-T, Graham Rust. He does a fine job. It looks like he might have used pastels for this one. What do you think? Do you think he colored them in with some watercolor pencils or oil pastels? I wonder. They were done a long time ago, a very old-fashioned way. Mistress Mary felt quite contrary. She pinched her lips together. If they wished I would, she said, I wouldn't. Who wishes you would? How do you know? Said Mary unsympathetically. She didn't like the way he had of talking about dying all the time. She did not feel very sympathetic towards him. She felt rather as if he were boasting about it. Oh, I've heard it ever since I remember, he said. He answered crossly. They are always whispering about it and thinking I don't notice. They wish I would die, too. Mistress Mary felt quite contrary. She pursed her lips together. If they wished it, I would, she said. I wouldn't. Who wishes you would? The servants, he said. And of course, Dr. Craven, because he would get Misselthwaite Manor and be rich instead of a poor. He dare not say so, but he always looks cheerful when I am worse. When I had typhoid fever, his face got quite fat. I think my father wishes I would die too. I don't believe he does, said Mary, quite obstinately. That made Colin turn and look at her. Don't you? He said. And then he lay back on his cushions and was still, as if he were thinking. And there was quite a long silence. Perhaps they were both of them thinking together at the same time, thinking strange things that children do not usually think of. I like the Grand Doctor from London because he made them take the iron thing off of me, said Colin. Did he say you were going to die? Said Mary. No. What did he say? Mary said. He didn't whisper, Colin answered. Perhaps he knew I hated whispering. I heard him say one thing quite loudly. He said, that lad might live if he would make up his mind to it, put him in the humor. It sounded as if he was in a temper. I wonder what that means. I'll tell you what it means. I'll tell you who would put you in a humor, perhaps, said Mary, reflectively. She felt as if she would like the thing to be settled one way or another. I believe Dickon would. He's always talking about life, and live things. You know, he never talks about dead things or things that are ill. He's always looking up in the sky to watch the birds fly, or looking down at the earth to see something growing. Dickon has such a round little blue eyes, and they are so wide open with looking about. And he laughs with such a big, lovely laugh, she said, and his wide mouth and his cheeks are red as cherries. She pulled her stool very near to the sofa, and her expression quite changed at the remembrance of the wide curving mouth and wide open eyes of Dickon. Hmm. Hello, dear one. I'm reading from The Secret Garden, and Mary is with Cullen, this little boy who's quite sickly, and she's trying to speak life to him. She's doing it by telling him a story of a boy who is loving and kind to animals and knows all the secrets of them more. See here, she said, don't let us talk about dying. I don't like it. Let us talk about living. Let us talk and talk about Dickon, and then we will look at your pictures. It was the best thing she could have said. To talk about Dickon meant to talk about the moor and about the cottage and the 14 people who lived in it on 16 shillings a week, and the children who got fat on the moor grass like the wild ponies. Can you imagine? That's what Martha told her, right? And the wild ponies, and about Dickon's mother, and the skipping rope, and the moor, and the sun on it, and about pale green points sticking up out of the black sod. And it was all so alive, and Mary talked more than she had ever talked before in her whole life. And Colin both talked and listened as he had never done either before. And they both began to laugh over nothing, as children will when they are happy together. And they laughed so that in the end they were making as much noise as if they had been two ordinary, healthy, natural 2-year-old creatures, instead of a hard little unloving girl and a sickly boy who believed that he was going to die. Well, they enjoyed themselves so much that they forgot the pictures, and they forgot about the time. They had been laughing quite loudly over Ben Weatherstaff and his robin, and Colin was actually sitting up as if he had forgotten about his weak back when he suddenly remembered something. Do you know there's one thing we have never once thought of? What is that? Said Mary. We are cousins. We are cousins. We are cousins, she said. Oh my goodness, we are cousins. It seemed so queer and strange that they had talked so much and never remembered this simple thing, that they laughed more than ever, because they had got into the humor to laugh at anything. And in that midst of the fun, the door opened and in walked Dr. Craven and Mrs. Medlock. Oh no. Dr. Craven stared in actual alarm, and Mrs. Medlock almost fell because he had accidentally bumped against her. Good Lord, exclaimed poor Mrs. Medlock, with her eyes almost staring out of her head. Good Lord in heaven! What is this? Dr. Craven coming forward. What does it mean? Then Mary was reminded of the boy Raja again, because Colin answered it if neither the doctor's alarm nor Mrs. Medlock's terror were of the slightest consequence. He was as little disturbed or frightened as if an elderly cat and dog had walked into the room. This is my cousin Mary Lennox, he said. I asked her to come and talk to me. I like her. She must come and talk to me whenever I send for her. Dr. Craven turned reproachfully to Mrs. Medlock. Oh, oh, sir, she panted. I don't know how it happened. There's not a servant on this place that's there to talk. They'll all have their orders. Nobody told her anything, said Colin. She heard me crying and she found me herself. I am glad she came. Don't be silly, Medlock. Mary saw that Dr. Craven did not look pleased at all, but it was quite plain that he dare not oppose his patient. He sat down by Colin and felt his pulse. I'm afraid that there has been too much excitement. Excitement is not good for you, my boy, he said. I should be excited if she kept away, answered Colin, his eyes beginning to look dangerously sparkly. I am better. She makes me better. The nurse must bring her tea with mine. We will have tea together every day. Mrs. Medlock and Dr. Craven looked at each other in a troubled, weary way, but there was evidently nothing to be done. He does look rather better, sir, ventured Mrs. Medlock, but, thinking the matter over, he looked better this morning before she came into the room. She came into the room last night. She stayed with me a long time. She sang a Hindu sari song to me, and it made me go to sleep, said Colin. I was better when I woke up. I want my breakfast. I want my tea now. Tell Nurse Medlock. Dr. Craven did not stay very long. He talked to the nurse for a few minutes when she came into the room and said a few words of warning to Colin. He must not talk too much. He must not forget that he was ill. He must not forget that he was very easily tired. Mary thought that there seemed to be a number of uncomfortable things he was not to forget. Sounds like there's some brainwashing going on to me. Colin looked fretful and kept his strange, black-lashed eyes fixed on Dr. Craven's face. I want to forget it, he said at last. She makes me forget it. That is why I want her. Dr. Craven did not look happy when he left the room. He gave a puzzled glance at the little girl sitting on the large stool. She had become a stiff, silent child again as soon as he entered, and he could not see what the attraction was. The boy actually did look brighter, however, and he sighed rather heavily as he went down the corridor. They are always wanting me to eat things when I don't want to, said Colin, as the nurse brought in the tea and put it on the table by the sofa. Now, if you'll eat, I will. Those muffins look so nice and hot. Tell me about the Rajas. Mm. Mm. How are you, dear ones? I'm reading it loud from A Secret Garden. Mm. Can you say hi to me? Can you hit like and subscribe? I would really appreciate that. And say hi to me, okay? So I know who you are. Mm. You know what I think? I think it's time to end our time together. We had a lovely chapter reading from The Secret Garden by Frances Hodgson Burnett. Mm. And I'm going to say good night and sweet dreams or happy day. I hope you have a lovely day. I wish you clarity and peace and joy. If you just joined us, can you hit like and subscribe? And you can join me again tonight when I do another reading. I'm going to read from The Secret Garden again tonight. I'm so glad you joined me, dear one. I'm just finishing up here. I hope that you have a wonderful day if you're going off to work or if you're going off to play. I hope you have a wonderful day if you're going to a spiritual retreat. I hope you get some sleep and you get ready for your retreat. I hope you have a lovely day. I'm going to pray for everyone here who's been to chat. Dear Lord God, thank you so much for your blessings for us. Thank you for your love for us. I ask that you would surround and protect everyone who came to chat today. Bless Winsome Cat and take her headache away. Bless Go to God Daily. Thank you that she could come. Bless my dear friend Rochi and my dear friend Juanita. Surround and protect them and be with them. Bless Aisha and Honey Bunny and Winsome Cat. Bless Hero Zach. Bless our new friends. Bless Helen. Excuse me. Bless Helen. Thank you, Lord, for all the people that could come today. Be with us, God. Thank you for this day. And now, dear ones, we say this in Jesus' name, amen. Now, my dear ones, I want to tell you thank you so much for coming. Peeps wants to say bye. Peeps is saying bye. You get all cozy in your chair and have a cup of tea, or get all cozy in your bed and go to sleep. If your day has just started, I hope you have a lovely day. I'm wishing you clarity. I'm wishing you peace. I'm wishing you joy. I'm wishing you all the blessings that God has to give. You hold the lantern, light the way. Don't run with the lantern, dear one. Hold it up. Hold it high for all to see the way. You have a lovely day. And here's 2 verses for you. One is, in peace I will both lie down and sleep. For you alone, O Lord, cause me to dwell in safety. That's Psalm 4:8. Yes. And the other one is, let me think. Be tender-hearted, loving, caring for one another, just as God in Christ also has forgiven you. Ephesians 4:32. Blessings on you. I'm so glad we could be together. Hit like and subscribe so that we can meet again when I go live next time. I'm so glad you could meet me. Have a lovely day. Blessings on you. Bye now.